How's it going, Tomer? You know, oh wait, that's weird. Shit, I should have restarted OBS. I changed the setting to be 6,000 kilobits per second. But it's still 3,000 for some reason. The default resolution at the moment is, I think, 30 FPS. I mean, I have the internet to stream at a higher quality. Should I restart? Or should I just keep it for today? Let me just make sure. Where is it? It's on their video, I think. So 60, 1920. And then on the output, I don't know what encoder settings are, but oh, right here. Wait, no. What? Is it here, the bitrate? 2,500? I thought it was somewhere else. I guess on simple. Oh, it's because I never set it here. Oh, nice. It just does it automatically. It's done? Yeah, it is done. Or, from what I saw, it was done. Okay. Cool. There's a video on Discord, but there's also the VOD, which isn't posted, so... Actually, I don't think I've posted VODs in a hot minute. Oh my god. It's been since October 4th that I haven't posted anything. Oh. Bump, bump, bump. Why is that? I don't know. I guess I just have to do it manually, and sometimes I forget. On the. All right. Boom, 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 boom. You know, I was thinking of talking to Styx Color, and asking if she wanted to do cinematics for Memory, since she's been like studying it a bunch. How come I don't see her in my... I know I'm on her server. Let me see if I could find her. Where is she? I'm just gonna send her hey. Goddamn, Styx and I have 14 mutual servers. It's kinda crazy. Okay. What the hell? What's going on here? Okay. So we were working on the saving system. I think today. Let me see what we have in our notes here. Cute start menu. Glad you like it. It's gonna go away. Continue button, chapter select, reset button. Collectibles, percentage of chapter complete. This is kind of a overscope at the moment. Unique run stats I think is pretty interesting, and I think we might even do that today. I think collectibles is the next thing we want to do. And figuring out how we're going to communicate collectibles to the player and to the world. And like, if you're switching between chapters, how do we record? I think we actually implemented some sort of system for that recently. But I already forgot. Finally, back home from trip. My Game Pass subscription expired too. Perfect storm to get back into game dev. Nice. Interesting that yours expired because I just got one recently. That's how I got to play Starfield. And that's also how I got to play Texas Chainsaw. And Bramble. And basically every new game that I've been playing recently. City Skylines 2. Nice. Is my screen dark or something? Why can't I feel like I can barely see anything. Okay. So we want to continue. Do we want a continue button? Or do we want to put the player straight into the game and then they can select what chapter they want from the in-game menu? We can do maybe one more pop-up that says continue game, and then is that too much friction though? I think if it's a good UI, I think it's okay. I think if we make really good UI, satisfying buttons, satisfying menu, and all of that kind of stuff, I think navigating the UI is okay. And it is something that I want to work on, like just making good UI. And I don't think we're at that point yet, but I would like to have something very visually appealing, audibly appealing, and all of that. As long as it loads fast, I don't mind start screens. Yeah, it will load. It will load fast. Nice shower hair. Thank you. But it's not shower. It's not a shower. It was it's the cold sweats from, the nightmares that I have at night. And I wake up just sweating. My last nightmare was visualizing Hugo's mom. It was just too scary that I woke up. Alright, so collectibles, percentage of chapter. Yeah, let's do collectibles. Dem Dabed, yeah. So yeah, we did do something with collectibles, right? Did we make like a collectible manager or something like that? I could have sworn we made something like that. Let me see. It's on progression manager. I see. How'd you know that? How do you remember things that I don't even recall? So how do we do it again? I think we were able to record all of the chapters, and this is done in our tool. It's done as a tool script, so it's like it's never actually calculated in game, which is really good because we kind of want this info to be, yeah, just saved, regardless of what chapter we're in. I wonder if I should save it into like a file too, or if that's necessary. It's already saved in the export, I think. So yeah, we have chapters, and then we have this array, and then inside the array, chapter 3, dictionary. Oh wait, it's a dictionary of arrays. Okay. Currently, we can't save multiple. We can't save multiple collectibles in the same room, but I don't ever plan on doing that anyway. What do you use to capture footage? OBS. Boom, 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 boom. Welcome, Alex. All right, so how do we want to do this? Save collectible data. What is this? Resource save. Oh, okay. We're just saving this into the scene, which is fine, I would say. So now we're gonna communicate with collectibles. Add to collectibles. Save collectible data. Get total collectibles. So So we're not going to be using level manager anymore, which makes sense. Progression manager is just a better form, and I guess we're going to use. We also have chapters in here, but chapters is our dictionary. Should we call this like collectible chapter instead of chapters? Because we might, if we're gonna use progression manager as our, like for everything. Wait, but we also have a level manager. Collectible. Boom, 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 boom. I don't know. Is what you wrote? No, there's no way. Collectible. All right, we'll just use total collectibles for now. I'm gonna think like, oh, I guess yeah, we would put skins here too, right? Because it doesn't make sense to put it in the level manager. All right, yeah. So total collectibles. So what we'll do for now in our, for instance, in our title screen. What did I just do? Bum, 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 bum. The music isn't loud for you guys, right? I feel like it's too loud for me. Music was fine, but it's still fine. Or does it? Oh, the music matches my. Is that a new feature? Or is that a Windows 11 thing? I didn't realize that. I thought it was always matching my see my like volume on the bottom? All right, so then I'll max. Here, I'll just increase. Let me see. How can we do this? Yeah, usually it doesn't match my desktop volume. Like OBS doesn't grab my desktop, it just grabs like the, like I can mute my desktop and you guys would still hear the music, but let me see. Yeah, like currently it's muted and yet you guys are still hearing the music. But then if I lower it all the way down? No, it's the same thing. What the hell? You still hear it. So how is it quiet now? I didn't change anything. Here, I'll put it on medium. Oh, it seems like every time I like... If I do this, it lowers the volume. When it's loud, it's good. When it drowns out my voice, it's good. Okay. How about like that, and then I lower the volume. Alright, that's good, right? Boom, 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 boom. Alright, so sushi is equal to profile node dot total collectibles. And then we're going to include another. Boom, 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 boom. We're going to put a slash here. Please no shouting. Try my best. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so we do progression manager. Dot chapters, or just dot total collectibles. Oh, we wrote total collectibles. We should say maybe collected collectibles, or yeah, collected collectibles. If we want to make it I mean, it doesn't matter too much. These are different objects anyway. What we do need to do in our progression manager. Yeah, let me call it collected collectibles. Collected collectibles. Let's go back into our player node. Oh, sorry, profile node. You can differentiate them anyway. Yes, you can. But I'd rather just give them different names. 'Cause yeah, like in terms of like just naming things like total collectibles, total collectibles. Yeah, I'd rather name them something else. That way, like, because we in our progression manager, we also might have something where we send, our progression manager might grab our collected collectibles, and then use it, for like disabling collectibles in the chapter. So yeah. In fact, I just realized something. We, in the ready function of our world, we're gonna have to iterate through our collectibles. Are we in a group? We are in the collectibles group. Let me delete this. So we're gonna iterate through all of our collectibles on the ready function, and then based on our progression manager, we'll check if any of them were collected by the player. So our player is going to have a reference. Basically, our player is going to have an array of all collectibles. All right. That's the only way, right? Sorry, I'm still tired, so like my brain is not thinking. But yeah, I think that's how we're gonna do it. Okay. Boom, boom, boom. I think we have our menu working properly. So if we go into, let's go into title screen. Boom, boom, boom. Sushi is 0 out of 13. Yeah, nice. And now we have to figure out how we're gonna save it on the player. We're gonna, every time we hit a collectible, I guess we just want to append it to the progression manager. Do we want to save everything in the do we want to save stuff in the progression manager, or do we want to do it directly to the profile node? I think we're going to do both. We're going to have a progression manager handle it, and then it's going to send a signal, or it's just going to directly manipulate the profile node. How's it going, Sidith Finn? Welcome. Thank you for the follow. So let's go into progression manager. Actually, we're going to go into progression manager, but we also need to go into the collectible, and then just on collision, we're going to send a signal, or basically just tell our progression manager we've been collected. So on area entered, we say collected visible. We do it here. That's interesting that we don't do it on the we don't do it on the player. Usually I have like an activate function that I run. Which is the best way to practice coding? The best way is to just do it constantly. Find new projects to that interest you and just do them. Or replicate them. So yeah, I don't know why we have a set collect. I guess yeah, set collected. But we do this on collision with the player. Rather, yeah, like it's checking for its own collisions, and I don't want to do that. We're gonna set it to monitorable, and then we'll have the player handle it, because that's how we handle all other collisions. So I might as well keep it consistent. So we'll do func activate. And it'll do the same thing, set frame, set collected, input node dot sprite frame. Set collected. Do we not use this? Oh, set collected is ran from our update important object information. Interesting. And this is what, in rooms? Yeah, it's in room nodes. Okay. I think we're gonna handle this slightly differently, but let me think about it. A lot of Minecraft Java on YouTube. Are you interested in making a like a Java clone? I mean, sorry, Minecraft clone? Or I feel like that would be a pretty cool project. All right. Let me close this up. Progression manager. Save and collectible. Set collectible, we're going to ignore for now. On hitbox entered, we're going to just copy all of this. If area.getParent is equal to player node, we say collected visible pickup sound play monitoring is false, and then collected is true. Where do we actually send the signal that it's been collected? Do we do this on the player? Oh, it says if collect save. Collect saved. We do something really weird here. I low-key want to redo this. Yeah, let's just start redoing it. So I'll ignore this for now. We've already disabled the monitoring, so it's not like this is gonna run. Set collected will run. I don't know why I did it this way. But whatever. Jerusalem is getting bombarded. Yeah. I was actually I got like a decent amount of like news feed about it today or last night. I saw like I didn't see too many things, but I did see like a kid getting bullied who was like kidnapped. It was pretty sad. Are these where all the bombings are currently, or all the bombings are currently happening? That's just Jerusalem. Imagine not knowing Hebrew. Imagine. The English version. Doesn't Google usually have an automatic translate button? Where is that? But like usually it's just a pop-up. But yeah, that's crazy. And the most recent one was that. Wait. Yeah, I don't even know what this. It's not. Was the most recent one at 10 today? Or I don't know. I don't know what this is saying. $40 minutes ago. Oh, so this is using my time? Focus on memory, we're fine. Don't worry. Alright, well, I hope you guys are doing okay. Hope the fighting ends soon. Maybe we can talk about it too off stream, if you guys ever want to. Not here for the news. Oh damn! Assume you've died. Don't like the attention. Don't like the attention of your life being in danger. Damn. All right. It's all right. I'm also still pretty tired, so like I still need to wake up. I am drinking coffee though. Hopefully I wake up over time. You like the attention, but not that much. Boom, boom, boom. I'm also weird about attention, despite having 18 people watch, but I think it's easy when you don't actually see the people watching you. But even when I'm like in a room and let's say for example 3 people are focusing on what I have to say, I'm like, oh god, the pressure is on. Why are they listening to me talk to each other? All right. Actually, yeah, we'll leave it like this. So if activated, oh, what the hell? If activated, return, just return. Activated is equal to true. So we want to set collected. I don't know how we're gonna do this. I guess what we could do is communicate here with the progression manager. Actually, no. We just want to say collected. Collected is equal to true. And what we can do is also add into our progression manager temporary collected collectibles. That way, if you die before reaching a checkpoint, it won't actually save. So let's go progression let's actually go into our progression manager, and we're just going to say var temporary collected collectibles is equal to and then we're going to go into here, and we're just going to say progression manager is equal to get name. That's how we've been doing it lately, with names. Hashtag blessed. Thank you. I've always wanted to like spread some sort of message. Like I think if you're making a game or like in any art form, you always want to like. I think most people want to like share something. You kind of take it a little maybe too seriously, where you're like, oh, I want to spread awareness of like something. Through my game or through my music or through my film. But sometimes it can feel forced, or sometimes you're also just maybe, I don't know, sometimes I feel like I'm not good at, like, the way you can portray that is very difficult. Like some movies force it or like some movies or like some songs or even video games try to force it where it just becomes too not cringy, but like it just feels fake, It almost feels like, oh, they're just doing it for the hype or something. It's kind of hard, especially if you're doing like a topic that's already been done a bunch before. But I would still like to do it. I don't know if I'm gonna do it. Like, I mean, in this game, death is the topic, and I feel like a lot of games don't tackle that idea too often. But I don't think I'm gonna tackle it in the way that's like, or I'm not going to tackle it in the way that's like overbearing. It'll just be very subtle. But like, yeah, having some sort of message is nice. Especially if it's something that means a lot to you. Death is not something that's like crazy to me, but like I still like to talk about it. It's not like I don't think I've really encountered death too much in my life. Or not enough for me to be like, oh, I really want to talk about it. But I do like the idea. I mean, it's called Memento Mori, so it's less about death and more about just like, I guess both death and life. Bro, death is literally the most covered literary experience in all of existence. Death and sex. True. Should I scrap the game? Death Note. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why I'm holding it. Maybe I'm thinking too deep into it then. Oh, we'll see. Make it about sex then. Oh yeah. Memento lusty. All right. Progression. temporary collectibles is equal to our get name. And we don't really have a reference to it. So what we do in we run this set collected. What we're gonna do in set collected, well, we're not gonna do it this way. What we're gonna do is iterate through all of our temporary collectibles. We grab the name. The name is actually the name doesn't matter. What we want is the room's. We have a room collectible index. Oh, this is like. Okay, get name is not enough because each of these are going to be called get name. What we want to do is grab the room name. So we could say level manager. We could say right here level manager dot room name dot world dot current world. Oh, we have a dot. No, I think we do dot current world dot current room. So we could do that. Temporary collectibles dot current room dot get name is what we could do. What's the most successful game to come out? Yeah, it's Dome Keeper. Which is on sale right now, by the way. It's also by Jotson, who is also a Godot streamer on Twitch. Boom, boom, boom. Dome Keeper. I don't have a thing for it. I should. But yeah, here. I can grab the link. Cassette Beast. Oh, let me just grab. My Steam is still starting up. Boom, boom. You know, I haven't gotten Dome Keeper actually. Maybe I should buy it. It is 60% off. Yeah, how's it going, Grumble? The second most popular game to come out is called Megabat by Grumble of Pugs. Alright, so, yeah, we're gonna get rid of this set collected, or I guess, like, save collectible. Oh, wait, I guess set collected makes sense, because we're already saving it in here, when we go into the room. Boom, boom, boom. Maybe someday. It'll be in the top Metroidvanias. Am I right? How do we want to do this? So yeah, we did. Let me see this. Set collected. What the hell? Oops. So if we do this shenanigans, I do want to rewrite this as well. But for now, object.setCollectible. We're iterating through our collectibles with an A. We're gonna change that to collectibles with an I. Room collectible index is equal to a room. Interesting that we did that. For collectible in level manager.collectible dictionary. Oh, what the hell is this? I think I wanna redo this. I really don't like how we're handling update. I don't even like update important object information. Let me see something. This is done on the save old room data. Save old room data. And all of this stuff is commented out. Let's just clean this up. What the hell? All right. Save old room data apparently is what we're using. Which is ran whenever we re-instance a room. Really? Only when we re-instance a room? Save old... Oh, right. That makes sense. But when are we actually saving the node? Or saving the collectible? I guess we're doing it somewhere in our level manager. I bet the most popular Godot game is Dewdrop Dynasty. Is it? I don't know. I think we're going to rewrite this anyway. Because we're going to be adding... Here, let me see. Yeah, like our progression manager is the only thing that we should be using to record this information anyway. So let's go into our room switcher. On process room, emit signal, room entered. We could just do it right here on process room or on activate. We're seeing process. Oh yeah, process room is running here. We could do save collectibles. Now let's do this. We're gonna go into for progression manager, for collectible in progression manager. Oh my god. Temporary collectibles. Where do we want to save this? We want to save this on our player node, but we could also throw it into the progression manager, or we could throw it into the progression manager and then have the progression manager send it to the player. We also want to save this onto our player node. We don't need to necessarily we can save the game here too. You know, I was thinking the room switcher is also going to save the game, so we might as well do that. Every checkpoint is just going to automatically save the game, at least for now. May I say that I saw an NPC live stream today? Yeah, of course. And if you send me some, roses, maybe I'll do some, glizzy overdrives. But maybe. There's no guarantee. Gonna send me a croissant and some roses, yeah. Just check the most popular Godot game is Memory. Oh yeah. And an upcoming sex event. Yeah, I mean, and any NSFW game is going to be the most popular Godot game. Good morning. Can saves happen anytime, even when the player is in motion? So yeah, we could do it whenever. Like, we can just call it to save, literally every 10 seconds if we really wanted to. I'm not sure when we're gonna do it though. Like, right now I'm thinking every time you just hit a world, like every time you enter a new room, we can save the game. Or also every time you die. We could even do it every state change. Literally every time you change to a different state, we save the game. Or not save the game, but like save the character, and then when you exit, every time you exit the game, that's when it actually saves. There could be some cheating involved, but like honestly, it's a single player game. There's no point. Like, there's no reason like to care too much about people like closing the game prematurely just so that they can save like their deaths or something. Whatever. Like, it's not a big deal. And for like speedruns, they have to be recorded anyway, so like you'll notice discrepancies in like people's gameplay if they're like doing that. So I'm not too worried. Also, good morning, Neo. How's it going? But yeah, our progression manager, add collectibles. I think we have to go into our profile node and save every single collectible. Like, not every, just every collectible's, like, room name. We could do it based on indexes, but I find that a little funky. Just saving the actual name is not a big deal. It's not like we have to be conservative with memory. Are you also stamping the runtime at the time of the save? Yeah. We're gonna have three. I think we're gonna have 3 different saves for the time. We can even have more. Like, it's not really limited to anything. Can you save the player's IP? Yeah. That's a guarantee. We're gonna do that. We want to save like the total runtime. So like just how long you've been logged into that profile. We're gonna save each individual chapter, like how much time you spent on every chapter, and it'll be like a high score thing. So you can record what was your fastest run per chapter, and then your runtime for like the playthrough since you restarted the game, for actual speedruns. And you can reset all of those. Like, I mean, you can reset your profile if you want to. There's a game called Russian. Yeah, I think I've seen that. Okay, so we currently have collected collectibles. I'm trying to think. Should we do like an array of every single room collectible? And that's going to be saved. The only thing is, like, it would be nice if we could just save the indexes in order of like. We technically could. We technically don't even have to save any room names. We could just save them all as ints. sounds intrusive, can't be much worse than what happens every day. I mean, if it's using Steam, it can just associate your account with Steam, and that's all there is to it. I'm trying to think, how do we want to do this? But nonetheless, I mean, like, if you, I think isn't Unity pretty? Oh, it says PC information. Oh, they said PC. Yeah, I don't know. But also, isn't Unity pretty intrusive with like collecting data on users? From what I've heard, but I don't remember. I might be misremembering. So I'm trying to think. Do we you know, let me just save it as an array of the names. It will. I mean, yeah, it's just gonna be a long list of rooms. But I mean, we can always change it later. I think it's nice this way in case. Yeah. Because if we start adding, let's say we start adding rooms. Like let's say we update the chapter, and we put another room before like the second room, or like, you know, we put another room before our first collectible or third collectible. Then like the save would just be ruined. Or we would just have to reset player collectibles. But this way, if we have an array of every single collectible for each room, that it would never be an issue. So we'll do how should we do this? Total. I should have named this total collected collectibles, and then we'll call this collected collectibles. We could literally also just grab the size of this, but whatever. Total collected collectibles is the new name. So when we write collected collectibles, let's just redo that. This is on our profile node. Can you make a state only exist for a certain number of animation frames? Sounds a bit more clear. You're right. Collected collectibles count. Where was that? So let's go back into our progression manager. Oh wait, no, we do this in our title scene or save select scene in our. Where do we do this? I already forgot. Well, one, we do it right here in our profile node. We say sushi profile node dot collected collectibles count is equal to total collectibles. Okay, progression manager divided by total collectibles. All right. So we'll go back into our player node, our profile node, and what we'll do in our progression manager is we say collected collectibles dot append input collectible, and then yeah, I guess we'll say player, not player. I keep confusing player node, profile node dot the same variable. Oh, whoops. Save manager dot profile node, current profile node dot collected collectibles dot append input collectible. Another thing that we're going to want to do is, so there are a few things that we want to do. So we have add to collectibles, get total collectibles, save collectible. Oh, what's this? Save collect. Oh, okay. This is in editor. Or does state... Okay, can you make a state only exist for certain number of animation frames? Are you saying, like... when you say state, do you mean, like the player state? Can you change the player state after a certain amount of animations? Or after a certain amount of frames? Or tie the state transition to the passing of the number? Yeah, so if you're using an... usually you want to use... I mean, you can use an animation... animated sprite, but yeah, if you're using an animation player, it's pretty easy with animation players because you can just literally add a function to your animation player. So like if you go here, you can say we make a new animation. You can add a track that's a method, and you can call a method in your script. So I mean, if we go into like my player. And you go, where's my animation player? So like, let's say we have our, let's say we want to play a function at the end, or like, let's say in the middle of this frame, we would just go add track, call method, go into our player, and then you add a key, and it grabs all of the scripts that you have, and then you can tell it, hey, switch to this state. I think you can also technically do it with like, I mean, you can also do it with signals. So like, let's say if you're using an animated sprite, I wonder, do they have any signals specifically for animation finish, frame changed? Yeah, you can keep checking the frame changed. I think this is a little bit, it's weird because then you would be checking every time the frame changed. But you can also do it this way. This is on Godot 3, by the way, so it might be a little different on 4, but I think it's mostly the same. Boom, boom. All right, so. Boom. So we went into our progression manager. We said... save collectible, so now we've appended it, and then we're also going to do something in our, every time we collide with a room switcher or a checkpoint, we'll save this information. We're not going to tell it to save just yet. It is saving on the profile, but the profile itself isn't saved. We're also going to do a func called check collected collectibles. And here we'll just iterate through all of our files, check if our player manager, we're also going to want to set collected collectibles. We haven't communicated with the player just yet, but we're going to have to do that. So set collected collectibles. What else do we need? Set collected collectibles. Have you tried using Godot 4 with your game? Does it break everything, or are they pretty good backwards compatibility? No, it's... The main issue was the tile maps. I did so much to the tile maps that switching to 4 would be just too much work. And also, there's nothing in 4 that I would really benefit from, so I was just like, let's just keep working on 3. Maybe definitely in future projects. Also, like... There are some issues with Godot 4 at the moment that I think will be solved eventually, but yeah, like it's kind of, I feel like it would be a hassle to work with right now. Especially if I was starting a new project, I would work on it in Godot 4, but yeah, I'm too far in to switch now. In too deep, yeah. So, check var. What is this? Input bool. Oh, this is like this is a tool script. I should start recording what's a tool script and what isn't. I want to love Godot 4.x, but I do believe it will get to a state that I can use it. but it's not there yet. Yeah. To be honest, after I finish my big project, I will still stick to 3.5. I mean, they will be still making updates to 3.5, or aren't they doing 3.6? They are doing. I think they're doing 3.6, or just 3.5 point. Whatever's the next one. Maybe I'm wrong about that. I'd probably just do the unique integer per collectible. Sounds like the simplest option to me. The thing is, it's always going to change. You saving integer per collectible, like we might throw in more collectibles before, and that'll like ruin everything. Saving the room name would like remove that problem. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Don't generate the ID, just save the data with the node. Like in an export field or something. Maybe. I don't know. This seems like the most... This makes the most sense to me. Save it. I guess, yeah, you could save the int. But, I mean, that's the same thing. That's like... It's... I guess you could do it with it, like, yeah, save an int, but, like... I don't know. Memory's not really a problem, and then we're just making more... We're jumping through a bunch of hoops just to optimize something that doesn't really need to be optimized. Boom, 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 boom. Do, 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 do. What's your current approach? Just saving the collectibles based on the room that they're in. So if you're in a room and you collect a collectible that's in room 20, we just save. Oh, we collected the collectible that's in room 20, and we just append that. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Set collected collectibles. So this is gonna be done. Wait. Check collected collectibles and set. Most information is on 4. On 3. And like, if you were to like use, I mean, I wouldn't really use ChatGPT, but if you were to use ChatGPT for like questions and stuff, most of it is in 3. Trying to think. Why did I write check collected and then set collected? I think we wanted to do set initial collected. Like on this, basically whenever we start the game, we want to set the initial collected variables. So we'll grab the input player, input profile node. My current approach is just saving the names of the room that the collectible is in. Which could also be saved as an int, but I'm just saving them as what their name is currently, which is, you know, room 1, room 2, room 3, etc. Do you have one collectible per room? Yeah. And if we have more, we can also just, I think we'll just work with that rather than, like we would just add another, like we could do ints. We can work around that. But yeah. And not one collectible per room, it's like one collectible per like 5 rooms or 10 rooms. It's not necessarily, every room has a collectible. All right, so set initial collected collectibles. We're going to grab our input profile node, and we're just going to say our temporary collectible or collected collectibles. Why do I have okay. Collected collectibles is going to equal our profile nodes input profile node dot collected collectibles. And there we go. I'm curious, when we save this in a JSON, what is it? Save file. Are these saved as strings? No, they're saved as. I'll see. I want to see how an array is saved. I guess we'll find out soon. Collected collectibles is equal to input profile node dot collected collectibles, and that's it. That's all we have to do. Save collected collectibles for collected save collectible. Temporary. There's only one right now. We're saying input collectible, but we could say temporary collectible. So yeah, I did say that there's only one in room, but there is the possibility of doing more. But right now we just have one. So then there would be. Right now I put it as an array, but it could just be just one node here. I think for now we will leave it like this. So instead of actually saving, should we say save collectibles? Save temporary. And then we won't need to do this. We'll just iterate through. Oh my god, temp collectible. In temp, it's usually just gonna be one, but who knows? We'll see. Yeah. We do have to save it to user. I'll fix that. I've never messed with saving. We'll mess. I have messed with saving with config files, and I remember having that same issue. We'll explore that once we make the new demo. I think for now we'll leave it the way it is, but yeah, just saving it to user, and then it should work on exported files, right? You know what's weird? I thought I did that with my config file, but I was still having issues. I'll have to see what's going on there. Do you know what memento is? Why not call it that? I just googled the synonym for collectible, and it's memento. Oh yeah, yeah. Memento is like, I mean, it's like remember it, like an object to remember, but like mementos, collected mementos. But yeah, like, it's literally perfect. But sushi, I feel like aesthetically sushi is nicer. Project open. Okay. Boom. boom, 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 boom. We'll explore that later, though. All right, so set initial collectibles input profile node. Collected collectibles is equal to input profile node dot collected collectibles. And then what we want to do is, once we do this, we also want to make sure that we disable these nodes. And do we want our progression manager to do this? We could also just do this. We could also just run disable. You can say disable collected collectibles. And then we can just iterate through. Let me think. For collectible in level manager dot current. Oh wait, do we have a reference to all collectibles? Oh, for we do chapters. For chapters. Yeah, let's do this. Do we have to say dot keys? I think. If our collectibles dot has the collectible, we want to disable. We want to run like disable collectible, which we don't have just yet. Could play into the storyline. I would have to, let me think about it. Right now my brain is saying like, I don't know. I like the idea of like food, just because it's cute. But we'll see. We'll see. I'm not saying no. I'm not saying yes yet. Items from Jacob's past. So that's what I used to do. But I decided I wanted like a more, because if we have like a bunch of collectibles, I mean, there's no shortage of like objects that we can use, but there is a shortage of like sounds that I can use, and I'd rather have one very high quality sound of a collectible than to have one mediocre sound that's used for every single object, or mediocre sounds for every object, but they're unique. You know what I mean? And right now I'm thinking, oh, sushi would have like the best sound, or like a food would have the best, like, you know, audible sound or audible cue when it's collected. That's my current attitude towards it. That's the only reason why I'm like thinking, oh, Memento would make the sounds a little weird, but maybe I'm overthinking it right now. So input collectible dot. Do we have like a? I don't have it disabled yet. Here, let me go into our collectibles now. We have an activate. I guess we'd want to do like set already. Func. Oh, we have a set collectible. Set collected. I'm gonna say set collected and collect saved. I'm gonna do set already collected. I think we're gonna rewrite this anyway. I don't like this. I don't like how we did any of this. You know, in fact, in case it's ran somewhere, I'll just comment it out and we'll crash a few times. Set already. Sushi is renowned for its distinct sound, yes. Set collected. How's it going, Exo? Set collected, collectible, or set already collected. Or set already, yeah, fuck it. Set already collected. And we're just going to disable the monitorable. Honestly, we could just queue free it. Is there any reason why we would need it in our game? So then in our progression manager, we can just say input collectible.queue free. Here, we'll say set already collected. Do we not save this? I don't know why we wouldn't queue free it. It's already, yeah, I think that's fine. Your dear cat friend, Whiskers, collect spectral relics, unveil forgotten memories, and piece together the heartwarming tale of your enduring friendship. Honestly, that sounds better than the current description that I have in my game. The gentle noise of sushi. Boom, 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 boom. All right, so yeah, we can just do this. I want to wait. Can you? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if this crashes our game. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So, set collected collectibles. Would be funny if it turned into an ASMR fandom game. You know what's funny? I do like. I don't know about ASMR, but like I do want to have very like satisfying sounds. I'm really into. I'm not into ASMR, but I am into like really good sounding UI, and sound effects. And I guess that is ASMR. It's a game dev ASMR. If you have a good mic, you do some yourself. I don't have a great mic, but I think I have a good, what is it? I think it's called, not a compressor mic, or I think it's called a dynamic mic. And I think dynamic mics they're usually higher quality, but they just don't have a very, like, I have to speak into the mic very closely. All right, so disable collectibles, disable collectible, save temporary collectibles. All right, I think that's it. So we also need to go into activate, and we say progression manager dot temporary collectibles is equal to level manager dot current room dot get name. On activate, and we also have to activate this. We have a type. We have a, let me name this collectible. Yeah, that's it. Set frame. I don't know why we do this. Actually, I think we can also just queue free it on activate. There's no real reason why it's still in the game at this point. So yeah, we could just queue free it. All right. Let's quickly look at our player. There's some updates we have to do here. Eventually, I am going to refactor this, but not right now. Hitbox on area entered. Where is it? What? Oh, what do we call it? Manage collision? Manage handle? Whoops. Handle area entered on collectible. We changed it to... Oh, do we not? We don't even handle collectibles. Let's see. Okay. Just gonna throw it down here. Activate node. Graphics, sounds, music. Are you making everything yourself using free assets, or what are you doing? Yep. Juho said most of it. Open game art. Not really. Honestly, open game art not too often anymore. A lot of open game art was in the beginning, and then I started, like, you know, the more I started working on this project, the more I started buying assets. I did commission a few things. I do want to commission more. Yo, how's it going, Shady? I saw your post. I hope you're doing well. Shady is the creator of Escape Space. Which recently got released, and he's been making a lot of updates lately. If you work with others, do you normally pay like flat rate for service, X amount for song? I like paying. Personally, I prefer paying like, yeah, for assets rather than per hour, just because I can't really calculate hourly wage. I have paid hourlies before, but I don't like it. Just because I don't really know. Yeah, it's just contract work. I think it works for both parties. I know some people like to get paid hourly, but even if it's more, sometimes I think I would prefer just a flat rate. And that's usually how I buy assets anyway. It's not like I'm paying them for like the hours that they've already committed to the game. Okay, so total current profile total time. I think we calculate milliseconds time, total run time. Why is this crashing? How's it going, Akron? We'll look at. Wait, what? Total time. Did we rename this to something else? Let me see. Profile node. Oh, we called it total runtime. Okay. No, we have total time. Total time. Invalid index. Total time. Oh, we can't run anything on the main scene just yet because when you run the game, it's grabbing the profile, so we have to go into our title screen first. Eventually, for me, I'll want to, you know, just start the game with save already in place, but right now, because we don't have it set up, you have to go into the select profile and then import collected collectibles. We started renaming a lot of things. So what did we call this? Total collectible count? Collected collectible count. All right, we're probably gonna get a bunch of bugs every time we keep opening up the menu. Let's see. Start. Oh, maybe not, I guess. So far so good. I don't think we're saving this. Okay, activating node. Node.getName. GetName in base previously freed in. Oh, we're freeing it before we're actually, because this activate node is running on the next frame, so we don't want to queue free it. But what we want to do. Wait, no. Interesting. Oh, we also need to make sure that we're setting active collision queue to false or true. I forgot which one it is. Rope swing is true. Monument is true. How does this work? I forgot. I think it's true that we want to set it to, though. Teleport active collision queue is true. Yeah. All right, I think it should be fine now. Let's run it one more time. It's easier to not get into complex long-term agreements. If you, yeah, contract work, like for me at least, has been the easiest to do because like, but I have like honestly the best relationships I think form with contract work, at least for me. I have commissioned I commissioned someone for my trailer, and I did commission someone for like the art in the game, like the cover art. And yeah, like I don't know. It also could be that there's more money involved versus assets, just because it's something that's way more important. So like the relationship becomes a little bit more. I don't know. Like I think the person getting contracted obviously wants more work, so they're gonna try their best to do good for you. And then if you're satisfied with the work, you obviously want to hire them again. But yeah, contracted work usually, like the same person who worked on my trailer for the first version is the same person who worked on the second version, and I'm probably going to hire them again when I release the game. All right, so it does work. We queue free it. There's no sound just yet, but it is being collected. We aren't saving the collectible just yet. Like, we go into this room. I don't think we actually do anything. Just say we have to go into... we have to go into our checkpoint, or sorry, we call it a room switcher. I started using this room switcher node for like everything, but yeah, we want to save collectibles. So we're just gonna run it here on activate. For collectible in progression manager dot temporary collectibles, we say collectible dot. Is this how we want to do it? Progression manager dot save temporary collectibles. Yeah, there we go. Oh, if that's the case, we don't actually have to save. We don't have to iterate through any of them. We just say save collectibles, and the progression manager does all the work for us. So let's go back into progression manager. Save temporary collectibles for temp collectible in temporary collectibles. Collected collectibles dot append, and then save manager dot current profile node dot collected collectibles dot append. I think we're good. We're not saving any of this info, so I think what we're gonna do now is in our room switcher, we also want to. I think we're just gonna save the game every time. Func save profile on every. Yeah, save profile. So on every checkpoint, we'll save the profile. So we'll say save manager dot save profile. Is there an argument that we include here? Save profile of. Is this how we do it? Interesting. Save manager dot current profile. Let me see. I have to get used to this. Save profile, running save, input profile data, for save. Okay, yeah, this is how we do it. So, all right, let's see if this works. Honestly, I feel like there's no point in. We have save profile, but should I make another function called save current profile? That we don't really need this argument here. But you know what? I'll just leave it for now. Whatever. Not want to make it. There's going to be a bunch of places where we're going to need to save our profile anyway. Or we could just include this as an argument. If there's no... Yeah, we could just do this. Just realized. Get rid of this. Where's the checkpoint? All right, moment of truth. Does this all work? I really hope so. So let's go into our save file real quick. Just want to see. We're not saving our collected collectibles just yet. So let's go back into our save manager. No, profile node. And collected collectible count and collected. Oh, we have collected collectibles. Might as well save the collected collectible count as well. To say the same thing with out the double. It's easier to pay someone pay one time if you're not going to keep working together. Easier to pay pay one time if you're not going to keep working together. Yeah. I mean, it's also, at least for me, I feel like contract work is also the nicest just because you don't know if you're going to be working for someone. Like, you don't know if you work well with this person anyway. So contract work just makes sense. You see how things flow and then you go from there. And eventually, I mean, even in like, with jobs, like contract work can eventually just turn into a full-time employee. Although in the indie field, it's a little bit more difficult because, like, paying, if you're your own studio, for instance, paying for, like, if you're paying for someone in your own country too, if you're hiring them full time, then it's like, you're gonna have to. That's way further than, like, super unlikely too. Like, probably never gonna happen. Contract work is probably the most common thing. Yeah. Would you rather make your character dance or add Asian difficulty? I want both. Boom. All right. Let's see if this works. Boom. I think it should. I don't see. I mean, I don't know. We'll find out right now. So start, run, easy, continue. We have to get rid of this. I'm tired of, that's the next thing. We collect our collectible. We go here. We go inside. And then we go into the main menu. Going into the main menu saves the game. Or actually, hitting the checkbox or hitting the checkpoint saves the game, right? I'll see you at Akron. Peace. Thank you. Random Kenny plops into the room. How's it going, Kenny? Save file. Open save manager. So, do we see our collected collectibles is empty? Why? Why is it empty? Let me see. First workday over, back to the projects and listen to you. Nice. Oh, nice. A JSON file that can be edited. Eventually we'll change that. Right now it doesn't really make a difference. Like, you can do whatever you want with the files, but we'll fix it eventually. Oh. So, why is it not saving properly? We go into our progression manager. We say save temporary collectibles. Save manager.currentProfile.collected collectibles. dot append temp collectible. We're telling our save manager.current profile node to append the temporary collectible. Yeah, let's print this out. Oh, maybe we're never running this? Save temporary collectibles? Room switcher. No, we are. So why is it not working? Progression manager dot temporary collectibles. Oh, we're saying is equal to this level manager. We want to say dot append. Bum, bum. Better, he still eats the stuff from the ground, especially the bread that people throw to kill the ducks in my area. Oh no. He seen it, wasn't impressed. What's the news? Talking about me? Boom, boom, boom. I wasn't impressed? What are you talking about? What is this? What is this, what is this hate I'm receiving at the moment? One, I was totally impressed. What are you talking about? And two, you are right, Shady. I don't deserve this cool viewer base. Boom, boom. Where the hell is it? I think, wait, so I did update the... Oh my god, I need to close... Here, let me close everything and we'll just open everything up again. Someone played around with Godot's multiplayer stuff? Not me. Title screen, let's open Progression Manager. Or actually, let's open up Save Manager. Then Progression Manager. And let's open up Collectible. The most fun you ever had, but it pays very, very low? This question has no purpose. Yeah, the question does have no purpose. I think you know the answer to that too. Right? You must know the answer to that. Maybe we'll see an Escape Space Memory crossover soon. I was very impressed, Tomer. I don't know, maybe, you know, because I'm an NPC, you didn't notice my, you know, my facial expression, but it is very cool. But I also don't know anything. Maybe I'm underestimating the amount of work that goes into it too, because I literally have no idea how you did it. So that's another thing. It's like a whole other can of worms of like you know, it's just like there's a barrier of like, I just don't know what happened. Escape Space is fantastic. I really want to play it some more. Yeah, and the updates you've been making, Shady, have been really great. Like, just from what I've seen. I haven't played the game since, you know, I played so much of it when it first came out, and that was impressive. But now, yeah, you've just been making it better, adding more and more features. All right, so we've appended temporary collectibles dot append. Let's see if this works. So we have to go, unfortunately right now we have to go through the title screen. Eventually I'm going to change that because debugging this way is going to be too much work. Continue, run it. Here is our collectible. We collect it, we run through. Honestly, I think we were saving the game on collision, so we should see, if we go into our save file folder, we should see, what? It's still not here. Why? Is the time being saved? Are we on the right, we're on the right profile, right? I clicked on, here, I guess we'll do some debugging. Save manager, current profile, collected collectibles. Here, print. Running save temporary collectibles. Let me make sure what temporary collectible it's actually printing. Collected collectibles dot append. Save manager dot current collectible current profile node dot collected collectibles dot append temporary collectible. And then right after we save the temporary collectibles, we go into our checkpoint. And our checkpoint is saving the collectibles, which is saving this, and we do save manager dot profile dot save profile. Are we? Maybe we're not. I think we are activating. There's no way we're not activating it, right? Let me just see something. Save manager dot save profile, which is input profile data. File name is equal to input profile dot profile name for data for save data and input profile dot data to save is equal to input dot get save data, and then we save it to the JSON. So yeah, it is saving. Just make sure. Saving profile from save manager. And I'm just going to print the current profile node just in case. Dot get name. If you could choose to be inside any game franchise, like literally inside a franchise or like working for the franchise. To be honest, I don't see myself wanting to work for any franchise. What do you think of ChatGPT 4? Of GPT-4? Does ChatGPT use GPT-4? Or is it like 3 point something, like for the free version? I mean, Default is 3.5, I see. So I don't really know much about, or I haven't seen what 4 does, but I don't know. I guess it's a cool tool. I don't really use it for any programming because I use GDScript, which GPT doesn't really have any training data on, or not enough at least. But it's cool for like writing stuff usually. But even then, it's kind of whack. It's good for like brainstorming, I would say. At least like my usage for it. But yeah, I don't really have an official opinion, like, because I don't really use it. All right, so dude, what are we getting? There's an error here. Function connect mouse centered. Wait, let me see something. Try that again. All right, so we run in. Processing room. We're not saving any of the data on collision. Collided with room switcher. Processing room. Area exited. Processing room again. Okay, so if we were to go into the main menu, let's see if it actually saves. It's still not saving. See? Collected collectibles. Collectible count. Player name is practical NPC. Profile name is profile 1. Total deaths. We are saving the profile, but something is still not saving. All right, activating node, collectible, area exited. Let's make sure we're actually collecting this stuff. Activated, collected. Progression manager dot temporary collectibles dot append. Where is that? Collided with collectible. What is the song called? Free Money? Is that Free Money? Yeah. The one before? Theme of a really cool bird. Okay. Next thing we're going to do is make sure that we're loading the profile from just starting the main menu or the main scene, so I don't have to keep going from the main menu. So temporary collectible is we are appending room 71. We're actually appending, we're appending an array, and it's including room 71. So we have that. Append. And then we queue free. And then we go into our collect, here, wait, let's go into our room switcher real quick. And let me just print this. Maybe we're not I don't think we're activating. Activate. We are like processing the room, but we're doing it in a different way, I assume. We'll find out right now. Collide with room switcher processing. Yeah, we're not. Okay. What are we doing? How are we processing room? Let me see. Boom, 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 boom. On area entered, we say process room. We're telling our player to process room on the room switcher, process room switcher, which, why are we doing it this way? Process room switcher, which is telling the node to process room. Interesting. That's why it's not working. Wait. So yeah, we're telling it to process room. Okay, so instead of saying to process room, we want to just say activate. That way we can run all of this information. And yeah, I wonder why we did it that way. I think it's just, maybe it was just old, like, you know, legacy code. So let's go here. Let's update that real quick too. Although I wonder if it's gonna open up another. Here, let's just yeah, usually we say just add to queue. Here, I'm just gonna, for now I'm just gonna say activate node. You know what? All right, yeah, I think it was just there was still some issue with saving though. Save collect. Oh yeah, I guess because on collision is when we were actually saving it. So these two lines were all of these were never running. All right, so let's go back here. I wonder, we didn't print anything, so we have to exit collision and then collide with it again. Saving to profile manager, room switcher. Temp collectible is room 71. Saving profile from save manager. Okay. Moment of truth, please work. Profile 1. Room 71. There we go. Collected collectible count. We didn't update this, but we can update that on saving the profile. So there we go. Collected collectibles 71. Sys mode false. Player name, prego, blah, blah, blah. Everything is good. Cool. Here, let me just commit this, and then we're gonna make some updates to the checkpoint. Saving collectibles. Working. Saving collectibles to profile. All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna go pee, and then we'll update the room switcher, and yeah, we'll figure it out from there. Be right back. Any strange things? I see 2 water bottles already. What's wrong with water bottles? I can't have water bottles? See one? I see 2 water bottles too. Is there anything sus in my room? The bed looks really small. Do you fit in it? Recycle, bro? I do recycle. Don't you worry. With the amount of water bottles that I consume, I definitely do recycle. Answer your question. Why wouldn't I fit in my... Obviously, I fit in my bed. It is a small bed, though. It's a twin-sized. When you straighten your legs? Yeah. It does, like... I can definitely fit in the bed, but I also sleep sideways. Like, I sleep, kind of like, you know, like a baby. Like a cradle position. You know, usually I go to sleep and I'm, like, crying in my sleep, so it's, like, the perfect, like... It's the perfect size for me. I'm 5'7", by the way. I am short, so. I'm not sure what. I mean, even if I was taller, yeah, I sleep like on my side in like a cradle position, so I think I would have fit in my bed anyway. But yeah, sometimes I do like push my head more against the bed, or like not against the bed, like further away from the bed. And sometimes my feet touch the like this wall right here, and it does get annoying. How much is that in football fields? It's about like the size of like maybe half an elephant in length, maybe. Why are there any Americans in the chat? Someone you know, fight against this this bullying. Pagorli, tell him imperial is the best form of measurement. All right, so we're saving profiles. You don't know me. I do know you. We go way back. Oh, Captain Coder is also from America. My height is in 3 freedoms. Measure things in mouthfuls. All right. Oh, Pagorli. Thank you for gifting the sub. 72 mouthfuls. Boom, boom, boom. Approximately 27.9 freedom fries. Pagorli, very cool. Alright, so we have saved our checkpoints. Let me go back. Collectibles, or sorry, we've saved collectibles, and we've also saved just in general. Like, the game is always going to save now. The time is going to save. Oh, wait, actually. I need to see how that works. We'll look into that next. Alright, so there are a few things we want to do. Progression stats, percentage of chapter. Let me get rid of this. We're not going to do this. At least not yet. Unique run stats, timer for each chapter, and recording your best. Recording the checkpoint and world whenever the player leaves. Let's do this. I also want to make sure that we can enter, like, just for the editor, like while we're debugging, just enter a save without going through the main menu. Although going through the main menu, if I keep going through the main menu, it'll like keep reminding me that we have to fix it. So we will add this as a feature, but we're probably not going to do it just yet. Enter game from main scene, and by default, just default to importing profile 1. Recording checkpoint. Yeah, this is pretty good too. Recording the checkpoint. We're also gonna need an option to like, continue button, chapter select button, reset. Don't thank Pagorli. He doesn't deserve a thank you. No, Pagorli just does that. I thanked him for Grumble sub once, and he was just like, no, don't thank me. Yeah. Oh, indeed. But actually, thank you, Pagorli, because you know that moolah goes into my account. Progression stats, unique run stats. Let me see something in the save manager. I'm curious, when we do this, when are we actually saving the data? When are we saving the player data? I think we do it when we exit the game on exit world. And I feel like maybe we should save it every time the player just let's go into level manager real quick. On exit world or enter world, or what is it? Bow bow. It's not enter world. Where is it? It's here. Export profile save data. Export profile save data. Grabs the total time and the total deaths. We also want to make sure that we're doing this on the room switcher. And we're saying save profile. So we could do this. And maybe what we should do, level manager dot export save. Level manager dot export profile save data. Maybe we should have done this, like, maybe we should do, instead of, well, save collectibles, or sorry. Save collectibles is literally just progression manager dot save temporary collectibles. And then save temporary collectibles. You see? Also saves the current profile. I think what we're going to do, instead of saying export profile save data, I mean, we could do it this way. We're saying level manager.save profile, but I feel like maybe we should just have an all-encompassing, like, we instead of saying what am I trying to say here? We send the data to our profile node, and then all we have to do is save the profile once in a while, or like, you know, whenever we feel like it's appropriate. So I think we're gonna get rid of this. Save manager.save profile. We'll get rid of that there. And what we'll do is we actually will make a function called, no, actually. We'll save this, but then we're also gonna say save manager.save profile. On every change world, we'll say save profile, and on every room switcher, we'll also say save profile, and then on save collectibles, yeah, I mean, this is fine the way it is. Export profile save data. Okay. I feel like we don't really need a script for this. We could just throw this in here, get rid of this. Oh, wait. Whoops. By the way, is there anyone in the chat who does not code? How's it going, Devro? Welcome. Rookie mistakes. Athletes are full of germs. What's going on here? You guys chatted way too much. Stop having COVID and get healthy. True. Shady games. Lloyd raises his hand. Yep. I do not know GDScript. Just curious. There's a lot of code. I feel like it's always one or the other. Like, it's always like no one's talking about code, or like, you know, just talking about like random things, and then sometimes it's just like a fully fledged you know, nerd fest. And like people talking about things I don't even understand sometimes. All I see is matrix code. Isn't matrix code not even like, it's not even ASCII, it's just like random like gibberish, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Maybe not gibberish, maybe some Asian characters too. I guess it's everything. Just every language in ASCII and okay. So what is next? We have our activate saving. We have everything saving when you enter and exit a room. I also want to when we enter speedrunning mode, the debug for speedrunning doesn't actually run, and I want to make sure that does happen. So let's go into our. We're gonna have to redo the UI for our options menu as well, but I'm kind of lazy. Let's go into our checkbox real quick. I think our checkbox is what sets the debug to run. Let me see. Debug. Low manager.debug.show debug and add in-game debug tools. Display time. Player stats display node. Level manager.player stats display node. This is kind of funky how we do this here. I think we created, didn't we create like a debug singleton or a debug autoload and we just don't use it? We have something called debug.tscn, which I think we should start using, but yes. Exports node. extends node. All right. We'll do that later. But for now, let's make sure that we are enabling. Should we refactor debug right now? Should we make the debug work now? I think we should, because we are going to be using this in the near future, I think. So yeah, let's do this. Player stats display node. Goddamn, why do we have so many lines of code that say player stats display node? It's kind of crazy. Game stats level manager dot. We have a game stats dot gd. Monuments, collectibles, time. This is what we use, right? When I run, yeah, let's go into our title screen real quick. No. What is this? Not game stats. Or wait. It's not this. We're gonna have to redo almost all of this eventually. What is this time? Game stats. Okay, I don't think we use game stats anymore. We use this. Debug UI. All right, debug UI is the script that we're using. Level manager dot debug UI is equal to ourself. Yeah, let's do this. Have you played World Box? No, I don't know what that is. Whoops. This is a mobile game? Says there's a Steam though. Oh, this looks pretty cool though. Oh, Ultimate God Simulator. Oh, I love simulation games too. Looks very polished too. Reminds me almost like of like just a bigger version of, or not a bigger version, but like almost like Dwarf Fortress, but like you're just watching things happen. Kind of looks like Sim Earth. Reminds me of Doodle God a bit. We play God so you don't have to. Yeah. Dude, something's in my eye. Boom, 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 boom. All right. All right. So we're gonna use debug UI. What the hell? Where is it? Why is it not saving? Also, why is this a no 2D? There we go. Set physics process false. Show debug. Set physics process true. I feel like we don't need any of this show debug stuff, but I'm gonna leave it the way it is. We'll refactor some of it later. What I really want to do. See, is I want to go into here. We're gonna say debug, add in-game debug tools. What the hell was that? Oh. Debug UI says add in-game debug tools. Is that how we do it? No, we say level manager dot add game in-game. So let's go into our level manager real quick. We're gonna remove it because our level manager shouldn't be handling this stuff. Remove. If instance valid, player path record node. We're not going to be using this anymore. Remove this. Called first. Debug tools is equal to true. Yeah, we're going to be moving all of this to debug, so I guess we'll have a chance to refactor everything. I'm going to just delete it all, and we'll start throwing it into here. I don't think we use player path record node, so let me just make sure of that. I'm trying to think. Do we even need if we're throwing everything into the... No, yeah, we'll keep it here, actually. var. Do we need a var debug tools though? Yeah, we do. Because there might be more things that we add later on. We'll call it debug enabled. Player path record node is equal to player path record preload. Let me see something. In our level manager, oh, let me just comment this out for now. Player path record. This is using line 2Ds. Okay, so yeah, we do use this player path record. Player path record node. Yeah, let's do this. Player know that player. Okay, so we do that. Okay, that's all we need to do here. And then with this, when remove, I guess we should just say disable debug. All right. So our player node does some stuff with the debug node, or with the level manager at the moment. So we're gonna get some crashes, or I mean, we can try figuring it out. But let me see. Level manager. Level manager. Good done. Manager dot debug dot debug UI. So if level manager dot debug tools, we're gonna say if dot debug. Sorry, no, we're not using level manager anymore. If debug dot. Same here. I think that's. Let me see. Level manager. Dot debug. Seems like that's it. Whoops. I don't think we fixed everything with our checkbox. Let me see that real quick. Debug. Let's. Okay. I think that's everything now. Hopefully. Run it again. Title screen. Shit. Show debug. Debug UI. Index. Debugged. What the fuck? Invalid index debug UI on base. Debug UI. Dot show debug. Whoops. Wait, is it capitalized or? On the ready of our debug UI, we're saying debug UI is equal to self. Why is this not working? Invalid index debug UI on base. No debug. Missing something here. Oh no, we did make it capitalized originally. Yeah, let's try it. Maybe I didn't. Let's try that again. Whoops. Or wait, add in-game debug tools. We renamed this. That's why. We name it enable debug and disable debug. Show debug. Goddamn, why am I spelling everything wrong? Alright, there we go. Show debug, false. Add in-game tools. We don't do this anymore. Something might still crash. Let's see. Oh my god. What is this? What the hell? New line. On player... Oh, get children on base null instance. Are we... I don't think we're adding this as a child, probably. Bum, 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 bum. On the ready function, we're saying new line is equal to true. Player... Bum, 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 level manager. Player level manager. What the hell? Are we not adding this as a child? Is that why it's not working? Is there anything you have to do after calling new? Do you have to like... We could grab the... I feel like if we grab the preload here, it'll be fine. Let me see. Let me see. Var player path record. There we go. We're also going to throw the timer into this. Level manager. Level manager the player stats dot display node dot visible player stats display node dot visible display stats. Feel like we should throw this in debug, right? Technically, it's not debug. It's like just. But I think we will throw it in there. Our debug UI has the motion. We'll throw it in there. We'll throw it in there. Timer enabled is false. What timer do we usually use? Maybe we should throw the timer in there, though. Keep everything consistent. We have a... Let me see. Game stats. Is that what we use? Frame rate. God damn, we have so many like random shit that I don't even use anymore. Let me see, what is this? Yeah, let's get rid of some of this. Let me go into... What the hell? Some random shader. Game stats is the time. This is what we use. Dynamic button. Icon. I think we're gonna get rid of this. We're gonna redo this eventually. So there's a script on this that I'll probably rewrite it. I'm gonna get rid of it. Can you search mentions of a node? Mentions of a node. It depends on how you're like scripting it, I guess. So like if you're doing how do I explain it? It really depends. If you're like referencing, because if you just press Control Shift F, you could find any line of code. But you wouldn't know that it's exactly a node unless you did it in a certain way. I like to call node, like if I have a reference to a node, I usually do like, for example, I'll do player_node. That way I always know it's a reference. Like this is just the practice that I got used to, where I just say _node. Or if it's a class name, I usually whenever I create a class, I call it like, for example, player. Actually, our player. Yeah. For example, our player class name is player node, but if I'm ever referencing the player node, I say player_node. And then I just Control Shift F, and I always do player_node if I want to find it. And I guess, I mean, you can also, like, if you're creating a new script of the player, you would do player, like, you can search for player.new, player.new, stuff like that. If you're like, you can also do like, sometimes you do like $, like if you're referencing a node, you would say like $menu or like, but, yeah, usually I reference it I create a variable for it first. And I guess this makes it easier for me to navigate through all of my scripts if I want to find something specifically. But yeah. Okay. A lot of the time I also preload stuff, so like finding preloads that way also works. Let me see. I lost what we were doing. I forgot. We just committed because I was gonna do something funky. I was deleting a bunch of stuff, right, in our UI, in our basically in our HUD. Like, what the hell is this? Name? What the hell is this? Oh, is this me? I think this was like maybe. I have no idea. I wonder if this is actually what I use for my my text in game. It might be. We won't delete that just yet because it might be our. Let me see. Honestly, I feel like I'm gonna There's so many things that I want to. Yeah, text finish. This looks like we actually use this. There's so many things I want to refactor. And it's like, it's gonna take a long time. I guess this is almost like our refactoring update because we've been doing fog shader. Do we run this here? I have a fog shader on my UI, but I don't think we use it. Get rid of it. And inverse color. This was something that we were messing with. If I want to explore it again, we'll do it. I'm gonna delete it for now. Grab UI. Also, we're just going to grab UI node. Manage grab UI node. We're gonna crash a few times. If I start deleting stuff. Delete this. Grab UI. Loading screen. We don't really use this. So we're going to get rid of it. Escape menu. Debug UI. Text. Dynamic button icon. It's gone. Game stats. Okay, so the only I'm trying to think. We're going to probably throw game stats into the debug UI. Or I mean, maybe we could keep it. We'll see. I think we're gonna make some like a more fully dynamic UI specifically for like just everything, and throwing it into one scene is probably a better idea. Loading screen. Yeah, we don't really do this anymore. Actually, I'll just keep this here. But yeah, we don't really. Let me see. Loading screen. Yeah, just delete stuff. All right, let's see if our game is probably gonna crash. There's probably so many things that we just randomly deleted. Let me see. Current room label. Actually, this stuff is fine. Using keyboard. Loading screen. Let's get rid of this. Text box node. We still use. Grab UI node. We don't use. Escape menu and text box. All right. Should we also put it into our main menu if we, let me see. No, we'll do this later. Let's just run it again. Oh, okay. Okay, so loading screen path we don't use anymore. Bunch of things are probably just gonna crash. Grab UI. Let's see. Manage grab UI. I don't think we ever use this. God damn, this is gonna be, oh my god. Let me refresh. Why is it still showing that this is here? Alright, I guess maybe we have to save the scene, refresh. There we go. So we have the signal here. Let's just do this. Let's remove this signal. That way. Oh, it doesn't tell us. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go from bottom to top. That way, the lines get saved correctly. It's gonna suck if I have to go back and edit this in the future. Which we probably will. We probably will add some UI, but I think we can write it in a better way. Especially if we want to make it more dynamic, so I'm not going to worry about it just yet. Also, it's not really necessary. Is there a reason you're not using text files for your dialogue? Because I don't have enough dialogue. Eventually, yeah, I think we will, but so far it hasn't been, like, I haven't really written anything significant in the game. What is this? Manage world. Here, it doesn't seem like we run this. I'm gonna get rid of it. Show grab UI. Let me save and refresh. Show activate input. Show active level manager. Yeah, we don't do this. Eventually, we're not gonna do it. We're gonna be rewriting this anyway. You see how we're like rewrite? We're like hide activate input. Like we keep writing this. And there's a better way to do this. Like just make it way more dynamic. So eventually we're gonna refactor how we handle collisions or just how we handle every object in our game. But today is not that day. Grab UI node is equal to false. Here, let's refresh again. Let's save and then refresh. What else is there? How's it going, iRed? Global grab UI is equal to cell. Okay, let's get rid of that. What is this? Just gonna clean some of this up too. Manage grab UI. Boom, 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 boom. On checkbox toggled, UI canvas node dot grab UI dot hide keyboard. Player node dot set controls UI. Set controls UI. What is this? Mouse position indicator dot confined mouse. Okay. I plan on rewriting this as well, but not today. Set keyboard labels. Grab UI is equal to update key bindings display. We're not using grab UI anymore, right? Yeah, we're not. Okay, I'm gonna just get rid of this. We should be getting a bunch of errors, so let's just... All right. I'm sure we're gonna crash a bunch when we start this. Let's see. Level manager connect nodes. Non-existent function. Right. We got rid of that. Where was that? Here, I should do something with our main scene where if we're just entering from the ready function of the main scene, we load in the character correctly, the profile one. So let me open up main scene. Let's go into profile. Yeah, let's just go into our title screen real quick here, and then save select profile one. What do we do when we load game? We say set current profile to profile node. When do we grab this data? We want to just grab. So this is literally only going to be something that we write in our main scene. In our it's only going to be applicable to me, like in the editor, not really for people. Not really for people who play the game. So, but it is annoying to keep going into the title screen when we want to fix something. Let me. We have to go into our save manager. We have to load all of our files, or at least wait. Let me see. Load profile file name. I guess we could just hard code it or load profile. We're loading the dictionary. This is a dictionary. It's returning. Yeah, let me make sure. This is actually not returning a profile. Are we using this? Load profile. Let me call this load profile data because we're gonna actually create a script called load profile, or sorry, a method called load profile. So go back here, load profile data, and then we'll make a function called load profile. I'm curious. Wait, how do we do it? I guess because we already set the data for each. We're creating a new profile. See, wait. Save the JSON. Load profile. Set current profile node. Set profile data. Set profile node data. Profile node. And input dictionary. This is what we're using. Set profile data. It can be a string, but by default we'll say profile 1. Load profile data from file name. should call it profile name because it's not the file name. It's the wait. Oh yeah, we are saving the profile name. Profile data. When do we load profile data? Profiles.index, but this profile index is saving the JSON files, I believe. See let me see. No, we're not. Yeah, let's just get this over with. How'd you go about making a non-square, like like hexagons? Is there no option for that? With math. I wouldn't know how I don't know how I would go about it. Are there no tutorials for I feel like there There you go. I don't know what this is. Godot 3 probably 3.1. Do I save it as profile 1 or profile underscore 1? Let's see. Profile 1, okay. Input profile name. It's a string here, right? File name string. So let's load this profile in the main scene. So if we don't have a profile node, so we'll just say, I'll just throw it in here. We shouldn't do it this way, actually. We'll see. Wait. Well, I think we should do it this way, but how we have it handled in our scene here is we say save manager.set current profile node, and then we also say level manager.import profile node here. which is fine. Actually, no, it's not fine. I think we should just put it into the main scene rather than saying it here. Like we set it on a current manager, but import profile node should be ran from the main scene. So close to get a free copy of memory. Import profile node save data. All right, so let me close this or get rid of that. We do want to set this. We do want to restart everything here. Oh, actually, save manager. What are we using to load our? Here, wait. Actually, let me bring this back real quick. I gotta pee. But I think what we're gonna do is we have to run this somewhere else. Load game. We have to run not in our save select scene. We have to run it maybe in our save manager, like load game. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, the script says save manager, so like load game makes sense. We'll run it in our. We'll run everything in our save manager. But I'll be right back. At least two. Bum 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 bum. All right. Yeah, I was going fourth page. I saw you were playing. What were you playing? The golf game yesterday. I was gonna say hi, but I was on my phone, and I don't really like watching Twitch on my phone. So I just lurked for a bit. You got my command working yesterday. Nice. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. I need to make a fourth page. I need to make commands for everyone. It's a lot of work though. One of these days. All right, so I said something that I got excited for, and then I forgot after we took our pee break. Oh, we're gonna load our game from our save manager, right? Okay. So I mean, we could still say load game here. No, we cannot. We're gonna be running everything. Wait, let me see. We do want to set the current save though. So I mean, we could say no. I don't want to say load game. I want to say like load profile. Func load profile. And then we'll say save manager dot set current profile set current profile node to our profile node. And then save manager. Oh, that's it. That's all we want to do. Level manager dot import profile save data and restart, and then everything. So I'm gonna cut this. I'm gonna go into our save manager, and we're gonna say load game. Load profile. Load profile data. Yeah, we don't need that. Whoops. What is it? Current profile node. Set. Wait. Oh, set current. We already have We could do it here too. On load game. Yeah, I think that's a good idea. We go into our main scene, and then the main scene handles which scene we want to add as a child. But for now, level manager import profile node is current profile node. Level manager blah 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 story. This is good. Restart stats. Load profile. Maybe we should throw load profile into here, into load game. So if not instance valid, here, let's go get rid of that in our main scene here. Usually only in editor. Also, I hit 1580 in Lost Ark on my main, which means the newest raid. Oh, hell yeah. Are you going to be streaming tonight? I might add more, by the way, Shreddy, I might add more rewards. I mean, for anyone who has, like, so many points, we should do something for anyone who watches my stream regularly. We'll make it super expensive. 1 million. I don't know. I can't even think of a reward. Ran out of coffee. No more coffee. Could get a few PaintNet commissions if you want them. Maybe I can do that, like increased effort for each. They're all gonna be shit, but like more effort for like commissions. Looked up a streamer who I haven't seen in 2 years. They made their own website for streaming or something. Wonder how that's going. They made Kick. I don't think you want to use. I don't think you want to commission me for your games. I'll say that right now. But if you want silly art, do I like the new logo? What's the new logo? Oh, clean. It's cleaned. I like. Yeah, I do like it. Where's the 4 though? Oh, is it? I see the 4. I see the F. Oh, my head is in the way? I like it. I like it. I want to update my logo too. But I don't know what to change it to. So far we have, I think Tomer took the screenshot and I made it my profile picture. No, it looks good. You get an idea already? I was thinking of like my so right now we have memory as my my memory logo for my Discord. That's what I was actually thinking. My memory logo is my practical development logo, but I think I should do something like, cuz I have a company name called Practical Media. So I was thinking of like I think I'm going to turn that into my studio name. So PM. But I don't know. I don't really like PM, but I've already fully committed. Not that I use the name either, so like I could just, I don't know. All right, funky, funk. Load game, usually only in edit. We have to do something here. There's streamingpages.org, which is meant for, I mean, it's not really meant. I mean, it is like rule of thumb, I guess, is non-profit organizations. But I mean, you could use a .org if you really wanted to. But it's usually weird if someone does that. Company in a studio. I'm guessing the company is for tax purposes while the studio focuses on the work. It's the same thing, really. But the reason why I made it so for instance, it's not called Practical Studio. It's called Practical Media, and I wanted to call it like, I can still use Practical Media as my studio. But yeah, studio is not a legal term. Exactly, military. Neither is media. So you can do like practical, like if you wanted to have a company, for instance, and most people do an LLC. So it'd be like, for me, I would either name it Practical Media LLC or Practical Studio LLC. But the thing is, if let's say I wanted to tackle a different project that isn't related to game dev, I wouldn't want to call it a studio. So it's called Practical Media. If you're fully committed to game dev, and you only know you're going to be doing game dev with your studio, then with your company, then call it, whatever studio. But because I don't know what you never know. Maybe I'll tackle something else, or maybe it turns into a publisher. I didn't want to bound myself to one field, so yeah, I just called it Practical Media. But you can also do like there's something called, you can do business as, I forget what they're called, DBAs, doing business as or something like that. So you can still call yourself a studio, but I think you have to register your DBA. But yeah. Load game. So if current profile, if not instance is valid. Oh my god. Also, where do we add it as a child? You see? Add a child. Set current profile node. When do we run this? Set current profile node. I assume we do it in the... So on load profile is... So yeah, we don't need to load game. We just need to say... Sick. Oh, we do need to change the scene though. So we'll do that, but first, save manager dot set current profile node. Oh, sorry. What the hell? Dot load profile. Okay, I'm trying to understand if having an LLC is worth it. So I have one. I'll tell you right now, I don't even use it really. I'm not making any money for it to be like, I am making some money, and like if I do tax, but the thing is, taxes for me are pretty much negligible because I'm not making that much money. But once you start making, it's really, if you can afford it, it really depends on your state too. To start a business, like in total, I want to say it cost. I don't remember exactly. I want to say it was like 400 in total, with including everything in my state. It might have been less than that though. $400, not 400K. Come on. You almost want to, yeah. Yeah, especially if you're doing like like I was doing some contract work, like contracted freelance work before I like fully committed to game dev, and I used my LLC for that. So like anything I would sign it under the LLC rather than under my name. That way I wasn't held liable for anything. Or I wasn't directly. I could never directly be sued. And you might want to do the same thing. Like, it's very unlikely if you're like doing game dev and like you're releasing. Like, I think if you're working with Steam and you're directly releasing a game as like a sole proprietorship, you'll probably be fine. But like, if you're already fully committing to game dev, yeah, having an LLC is not a bad choice. But it is a lot of work. I'll say it took me like several like 2 months of just like, paperwork, and not 2 months like constant working, but like back and forth, talking to a lawyer, talking to depending on the state that you're in, you have to have like there's something called like something called article of publication or something like that, but there's also another thing that you have to do where like you at least in my state, you have to be acknowledged in some sort of newspaper. And that was kind of annoying to do, but yeah. Yeah, if someone sues you as an independent proprietor, they go after you. So if you have any assets, they can take those assets from you. And if they sue an LLC, like let's say, I mean, it's just so much better because then like, okay, someone sues an LLC, there's no money in your LLC. Your LLC pays, quote unquote, pays you, and then, it's a little bit, it's a little easier if you're an individual, right? Because you wouldn't have to worry about losing all of the money that you made. Obviously, if you're a bigger company, but then there's also, LLC is like usually the smallest form of like an entity that you can create in the US. Previous contract work, it was different dev. Bum, 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 bum. I was doing a lot of like marketing work. I didn't do it for too long though. Like maybe 3 or 4 months. I got bored of it. I also didn't like it. I didn't like the environment. Personally, I think there's definitely more money in it, but yeah, I don't know. Game dev is definitely my passion. All right, so load profile. So in load profile, we're just setting the profile node, and then should figure out the whole LLC thing. Yeah, especially once you start making. Yeah, I mean, obviously definitely when you start making money. But again, yeah, I have no use for the LLC at the moment. Or like, I guess when my game releases, that's the biggest thing. But yeah, right now it's just like a sitting thing. But what is nice is that you don't really get you're not getting charged anything. From my knowledge, like once your LLC exists, there's no like maintenance fee. At least where I'm from, I don't have anything to like man. Like it already exists no matter what, and then, yeah. So it will be slightly annoying to create in the beginning, but once you have it, you'll have it for life. Again, I guess it depends on the country you're in. I know, like in California, I think it's way more expensive to start your own LLC. I forgot where it is. I want to say it's. No, I forgot which state was. There's like a state that's like really good, like the best state, for creating a company. I live in New York. New York is pretty decent though. Delaware? Maybe. I have a small renewal fee once a year. Yeah, I see. Did I say other country? Oh, I meant other other states. I don't know. I guess as an American, you think every state is there's no other country besides the U.S. Here you go. NPC, PNPC, Discord, art, free commercial use. Don't ignore me. What am I ignoring? You just said here you go. NPC, Discord, comma art. Are you saying check Discord? Looks just like me. My one eye is smaller. What the hell? Where's my camera? Spend at least 5 minutes on that. How much do I owe you? You need a new logo? That's me. Bum, 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 bum. All right. Here you go, Shady. I'll do this. Oh, what the hell? Check it out. It's my new wallpaper. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. How's it going out? Were you here at Half Moon? I think you said hi earlier. Mm-hmm. All right, so let's. Can we finish this already? No more distractions. Load profile. All we're doing is set the profile to load. And we do need to switch to the scene. That's the other issue. I guess we could just run change scene here. Maybe I should do this in level manager. We change scene or something. Let me see something. You know what, for now, let's go into our save manager. On load game, I'm just going to say... I'm going to say open up the pregame option menu. And then let's go back into our save manager. If our instance is valid, we're going to say level manager. If not instance valid, we're going to want to say load profile. Load profile data returns the data. Dude, why am I jumping through hoops here? Hi, how's it going, Half Moon? What you been up to? Oh nice. Just received an email apparently. I won the new iPhone, but I just have to confirm some info. Clicking their link to get it. Oh, yeah. So if instance is not valid of current profile, we say current profile, load profile data. We're returning this data. Why am I jumping through hoops to do this? This just grabs the data, and then we want to save the profile. No, not save profile, sorry. Load profile. What the hell? How are we loading this data into the player? Create new save. Save profile. Input profile. Input profile data. No. Oh, set profile right here. Oh my god, that's why I couldn't find it. I was looking up. Alright, so let me see this again. I feel like there's a better way to do this. Let me get rid of this. Load profile data. We create a new profile node. let's do this. And we're also going to say set profile data. Of current profile node and input data. Load, I'm going to say load profile data. Oh, we already have this? Wait, what? Load profile data. I think we're loading all profile data, right? Load profile data? Or from file name. Oh. Yeah, wait, why are we running this? When we can just set the default here to... Oh, I guess the reason why we do this... I guess, yeah, we could just do this. Oh, fuck it. Let's just try it out. Alright, I think this should work. Unless there's something I'm missing. Set profile data. Right. How are we? We're not loading the game yet. Oh, and we're also setting pregame option menu here. Let's not do that. We say import restart stats, and then when are we restarting stats in the main scene? I guess in the main scene it doesn't really matter. We are running reset collectibles, but all right, let's just see. Oh wait, we're not calling this at all. So save manager .load game. Set profile data. Cannot convert argument 2 from nil to dictionary. Profile data is equal to load profile from profile 1. Are we capitalizing this? Profile 1. Load profile data is equal to our file name. And it returns a dictionary. If file does not exist, file directory, file name. Here, let me just print this out real quick. How does Mookie get past the first double collapsing bridge screen? Asking for an old man gamer. Thank you for the bits, by the way. I can tell you right now, after I figure out why this is crashing, and we can playtest it. File name is profile1.json. Why is... Thank you for the bits. Oh, Mucky. We have something called the Cat Petting Fund, and I usually add my bits there. So your bits are going to go into the cat animations. Oops. What's going on? Set profile data. It's saying the file name is profile1.json. Load profile data. And then the data. The data is correct. We are getting our data, but our what is it saying again? Set profile data on base cannot convert argument 2 from nil to dictionary. Our profile data is equal to load profile. Oh. I'm a little silly. There we go. You can see our UI is showing. Oh, I think we did that recently. Let's go back into our main scene, our UI canvas, and let's just hide the text box. All right. Download your demo. Tried the speedrun mode. How on earth does Mucky get past the first double collapsing bridge screen? It's over here. So this is the first collapsing bridge. This one. You have to do 2 upright dashes. So depending on what you're using, if you're using a mouse and keyboard, you can dash upright. Or if you're using arrow keys, you just hold the up and right arrow key. What else? I mean, with D-pad, you just hold up and right. Hopefully that answers your question. Here, let me go into full screen. You said the collapsing bridge scene. I thought you meant the intro from Celeste. Thank you for the other 100 bits. Again, I appreciate it. Boom, boom. Again, that goes into the cat petting fund. I guess Mucky needs to use a control. Yeah, I highly recommend using a controller. I think it definitely feels more intuitive on a controller. I prefer using a keyboard and mouse, but yeah, everyone's input is different, or everyone gets used to. I think because I play tested so much on the keyboard, I've just gotten used to it. But yeah, it definitely doesn't feel intuitive if you're using a keyboard, especially diagonal dashes. Unless you're already familiar with keyboard inputs, but you could also use your mouse. So if you have a mouse and you want to aim with the mouse, I try to kind of replicate how the D-pad works, or sorry, how the analog stick works with the mouse. And thank you for the follow, Fortune's favorite. So yeah, now we can load the scene. I'm curious. I mean, it should work, right? Save we can actually just look at it when we. Thank you for the bits again. You don't necessarily have to send bits to send messages, but I do greatly appreciate it. And we just hit. What did we just hit? 6,000, or I think that's $60 technically. So that's awesome. I'm sure we could find a commission for $60. Played ZX Spectrum, on ZX Spectrum and C64. I see. Haven't heard of either of those games, actually. Or wait, no, I haven't heard of ZX Spectrum. I know C64, obviously. Spectrum. Wait, the cat petting fund isn't you to? Oh no. Don't give the chat ideas. The cat petting fund is, it's for people keep asking me for me to introduce pet animations to the game for our cat. So you can see there's a cat that follows us, and they want me to feed the cat, or sorry, pet the cat. But that would require. Oh, you can't even see the cat. They want me to pet the cat, but I can't at the moment. I wonder, does this still work? Oh, I think we broke our, we definitely did just break our UI. But that's okay, because I honestly plan on, we might remove UI altogether. Or what I might do is just make it so that the text automatically shows up on screen without you having to press anything. But we'll see. Why is it doing that though? The UI canvas. Our text box is this one right here. Do I have to is it because? Oh, it's because we made the UI smaller. Right. So, yeah, let me see. Can we easily just fix this? One, we have to replace our UI. Sorry, our the name and this has to use our new font, which is, let me see if we can just quick load our 320 new pixel art font, and here this one's using a theme apparently, but we're just gonna go into fonts and we're gonna quick load our pixel art font. Can you see this? All right, there we go. And we have to just throw this into our new, let me see. We can't move any of this, apparently. The panel container, we're gonna make it 320, or maybe a little bit less. Why is this? Let's see, 320 by 180. 320 by 180 divided by 2. What? 320 divided by 2. And this will be 180 divided by 2. What the hell? We have margins. Let's get rid of them. We're gonna redo this anyway. What the hell? 320. Why are these margins set up this way? Do we have something in our theme that's messing with us? That's probably the case. Let's get rid of it. Let me see, 320 divided by 2. Why is it doing that? Is there something in our script or something? What's going on here? Thank you for the 50 bits. There it is. You should play Manic Miner. I've actually heard of Manic Miner. Is that... Wait, let me see. Let me just make sure this is the right game. No, I have not played... Wait, is this the game? I remember seeing some other mining game. But it might have been this one. I do like the aesthetic of, like, at least of C64 games. All-time classic platformer? Manic Miner. Kind of looks like our character. Kind of looks like a Memory clone, not gonna lie. Just kidding. I'll definitely have to check it out. Manic Miner. Oh, it's also on the C64? Two guides of code are fighting compiler and compiler. One gives you bugs that make code magically work, and the other one gives you bugs that make your code not work. I enjoy seeing my beautiful piece of art. Enjoy it while it lasts. All right. So, I think we have it working, right? Why did we do this in the first? Well, for debugging purposes, it's really good. But what do we want to do now? Oh, we were working on the UI. Let me see. Wait, it's still doing some weird shit. Can we... Can't even exit. Let me see. We need to remember to screenshot if he scrolls down in Discord. I've never actually used the desktop version of GitHub. Our UI is broken. Good. That's what we wanted. What the hell did I do? Did we remove a reference to our UI text box? Level manager is equal to our text box node. Hardly difficult. Thank you for the raid. How's it going? What you been up to? I don't think I'm following you. Or am I? No, I'm not. But I hope your stream went well. What you been up to? Godot 102. Been doing some Godot, I see. You're a good doer. Learning some Godot, nice. How are you liking it so far? Game is looking good. Some nice skinny assets. In C#. Pretty easy to get started. Yeah, it is pretty nice. I think the second I started using Godot, I instantly fell in love with it. I'm trying to figure out. You know, we might just ignore the UI because I'm curious as to why it still works in our title screen here. Are there any interesting game jams coming up? Are you into popular game jams? Like, because I mean, There's always like the Godot Wild gems that like are ran like every 2 weeks, I believe. There's also mini gems are pretty common, I think. Mini gem. There's also I know what's his name. Video Game Donkey is also going to be doing some. He's doing a game jam in the winter though. Not sure when. He didn't really say. But yeah, welcome everybody. I work on a precision platformer similar to Celeste in gameplay. We're currently like redoing a lot of our UI and like saving system. Or yeah, we're redoing our UI and we just implemented a saving system. We never save. How come the sushi didn't save? When we reload the game, oh, I think what's happening is whenever we go into, wait, let me see something. See, our UI here looks perfectly fine, but then once we go into the game itself, this weird thing happens where, wait, let me see something. If we go into our save file here. Oh, what the hell? Total collectibles, 71, 71, so we keep adding room 71. And it's not even say I guess we never finished it. We kind of just saved it to the JSON file, and then we just never did anything. Well, we'll do that next. But now I'm kind of curious as to what's happening with the UI here. Are we scaling it up? No. Oh, but it's doing something weird here. I guess it's just not. Let me see. Oh, weird. We have some sort of like margins in here or something. Barely legible is perfectly. It's not perfect. Obviously, it's not fine, but it's like we know how to fix it. Like that's a minor issue. This is more concerning. Or at least I think I know how to fix the issue with the beginning text. Whereas with this, let me see. Well, one, yeah, we keep adding margins, and the margins, are they like resetting every time we load this up again? No. Alright, something was just weird earlier. Alright, so now, size flags. We said we want this to expand. Again, the margins are weird. Why is it set to default? 200 by default. Panel container. Because we have Is something scaled up here? We're probably just going to redo all of this, but yeah, what's going on? All right, we have a VBox container. This VBox, the size here, we want it to be, let's set it to 320. Oh, the position's also weird. And then the size, let's set it to 180 divided by 4, which is 45. And then our panel container. I'm going to set that to 320 as well. Oh, wait, what? Get rid of these margins. Set this to 320. No, it's not getting reset for some reason. What's our text box here? Set this 320. Brother. There. Full rectangle. Gonna start arguing to class? Alright, see ya. Here you go. Peace. 120. Dude, what the hell? What is this? This is a... Wait a second. Okay, yeah, this is a margin container. Honestly, we might just get rid of some of these. But I think we're gonna redo it anyway. But let me see. Panel container. Alright, I think we're good now. So now if we mess with the size... God damn it. Here, let's just reset this. Or you know what? I'm gonna try changing this. Let me see something. There's some setting here that we're messing with. Horizontal and grow direction. Hint, no. Focus, no. Mouse, input, size flags. Usually these are default fill here. Here, let me change this. Just gonna change this to a panel. I'm also gonna change this to a panel. And let's just... Boom, boom, boom. There we go. 320 minus 40 is 280. We're gonna center this. We'll update the UI. Honestly, I'm not even sure if we're gonna keep the UI. Or like this box here. We'll see. Also, I think we could just throw in our default UI here, the title screen theme. Obviously our name here is way too much. Can we reset this? Boom, boom. Reset everything. Interesting. Do do. Boom, 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 boom. I wonder why there's like this weird offset with these objects. Oh, because there's an offset here. There we go. And why is this down here? All right, there we go. And I think what we're doing, we're like centering this right now. Margin, anchor. There we go. I don't know why it's doing that. Size, minimum size on the x-axis we'll set to, for now we'll just set it to 320. We're gonna be updating most of this. Why does it keep going up when we mess with the margin? Or keeps updating the margin for some reason. I don't think we're doing anything in our VBox theme overrides. No, we're not. What the hell? All right, here. 32 apparently. There we go. What are you trying to do? We're just messing, like, we used to have like a super huge UI. Like it used to be just like really large text, and I'm gonna be redoing this anyway, but I just want to make sure this is aligned for when we're playtesting. All right, there we go. Oh, I guess because we're not using. Oh, we are using it. What the hell? Let's see. Expand, fill. Here, I might just ignore the name for now. Alignment begin. That's why I was freaking doing that. There we go. Here, let's just put this all the way over here. I think this is a little too large for our game, though. Let me see. Oh no! Wait, what's happening now? It's again 320 by 180 or whatever. Do we have this in our? Let me see our UI canvas is scaled down for some reason. There we go. I think we're gonna have to update our UI pretty soon too. All right, run this again. What the hell? I think we've broken everything. Let me see. So that's working. The escape menu is still the original size. We have to update. Honestly, maybe we should start updating the. It's because everything used to be scaled up really like to a really high resolution, and now we keep like bringing everything down to fit in within this viewport here. So for example, the pause menu is like all the way out here. Do I really want to update this now though? And also, let me see something. When are we handling, I need to figure out how we're gonna close the UI. Low-key want to just rewrite all of this too. But that's another can of worms. Why not set the UI to fit the full size? The full size of what? The full size of the screen? I'm gonna make my whole game so the resolution of my game is 320 by 180. I'm gonna make the entire game like the UI included is 320 by 180 as well. Originally, it was 1920 by 1080. And then we just increased the viewport in our game. All right. Let me see. Here, let's just update this. The escape menu first. Oh no, this is gonna be a whole can of worms right now. Maybe not. Maybe I'll save this for tomorrow. Let me see what else we have to do. So on your control node, you can set it to fit the full size or something. The thing is, I have a theme right now. If we do that, it's just gonna mess. Well, one, it doesn't even matter because we're not using containers in this. It's also just gonna. All of this is gonna be redone anyway. So it's not like. Maybe this has to fix. Yeah. See, it's just gonna mess with everything. We probably just have to redo all of this. And honestly, I don't even like the way this is set up anyway. Yeah, we have a new. I mean, I could try. Let me see. What if I just import my old theme or my new theme? Let me see. Quick load. Oh, not this one. Oh, it is this one. Why is our text not changing? We have like theme overrides on these buttons too. Or do we? Font overrides? Oh, I see. Funny, our games used to be the same size. Is your game also 320 by 180? Or did you change it or something? Where the hell is it? All right, there we go. All right, well, it's still here. Let's see. Can't change it this way. It was technically 470 by 280. Now I use some camera zoom to show smaller levels. Had to change it because showing larger levels with camera zooming suck. Yeah. I don't have any camera zooming, but I remember considering it. Alright, there are our buttons. Our pause label, for some reason, is... There we go. What's with the separation here? Pause label, and then... We must have the alignment or something centered. Let me see. Pro direction? No. There we go. Obviously it looks like doo-doo, but here, wait. We'll be updating. We'll probably update this tomorrow. Actually, wait, let me see something. What if we centered it? At least it looks somewhat better. Let's see. It's still our old. Oh my god! And then this happens if we. Oh no. But yeah, we'll fix it. We're gonna completely redo it. I think this is still broken. I'm not gonna press it just yet. Let's see. What happens if we restart our game? Oh, interesting. Alright, we'll fix that. Yeah, I think we're gonna fix the entire escape menu tomorrow. Bum, 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 bum. Let me see. Bum, 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 bum. And also, our collectibles aren't being saved yet. I thought we fixed this though. Oh, because we're grabbing the count and we're not saving. We aren't saving the count just yet. Let me see. Collected count here. Collected collectibles count. Profile node dot collected collectibles count. No, it should work. But wait. We never actually set this to be like plus equals 1. I wonder what we should do. Should we like save the value or should we Because we can also just say, where is it? We can also just say dot size of collected collectibles. Because this information is already saved. I'm pretty sure. Let me see. It will be wrong though. It's gonna say like 10 out of 13 or something. Boom, boom. Oh, whoops. Collected collectibles dot size. There we go. We do need to make sure if our player already has the collectible that we're not appending it every time we see it. In fact, we might want to... Yeah, we're going to do that in our... Here, let's grab that real quick. If you already found the collectible, maybe we should like gray it out. Or fade it out. Not sure. So yeah, we did this set already collected script here, but I think we're gonna do like we're gonna do another set already collected. Oh, if set already collected, we queue free. But if you're on a new run, what should we do? You know how like in Celeste you grab if you grab a strawberry, it disappears for the whole game, but if you were to restart the game, the strawberry turns blue. I'm thinking to do something similar, or we could just queue free it. and then call it a day. We also want to play sounds for the collection, which is this right here. Let me see something. We could play this sound if we really wanted to, and then cue free it afterwards. Well, I think we actually no, we cue free it. It's already collected. Yeah, let's do that. Comment this out. Pickup sound. Let's get rid of all of this. All right. The other thing we want to do is we say temporary collectibles that append this after we save everything. So let's go back into our progression manager. Progression. Whoops. Save temporary collectibles. Right now we're appending it almost immediately. We want to check if the player if the player has it. If the player doesn't have it, then we don't want to. All right. If the player has it, we don't want to do it. Collected collectibles. We can still keep it on the collected collectibles for the chapter, because what we might do eventually is if the player does already own it, we might turn it blue or gray it out or something like that. So here, let's do save manager. Actually, if current profile that, let's do this. Whoops. All right. I think that should fix it. Let me just erase this from our file here. Collected collectibles. Honestly, I feel like we should just get rid of this collected collectibles count. Grabbing the size of the array is easy enough. Let me see. It's still there for some reason. Now, let's see what happens. We already technically have it. So this would be good. Let's go into the main menu, close it. Whoops. Oh, we have room 71. We don't want to save the file, the get name. We want to save the room name, which is something that we already do. Let me go back. Boom, 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 boom. Where is it? In collectible, instead of .get name, we want to say .room name. All right, I think it should be good now. And the reason it still existed was because room name, yeah, it wasn't unique there. So now let's go back into profile 1. Let's delete it one last time, hopefully. Zero out of 13. And then technically, if we restart set already collected, oh, it's still there. Let's try that. Exit. Save the game. Let's just go into the main menu. Close. What are we getting here? Just room 71. So we're just getting room 71. Set already collected. I guess we just never ran. Set already collected. Let me see. Yeah, we in our progression manager, disable collected collectible. We want to run this on we want to run this on process room. Disable collectible. Right now we're just saying disable collected collectibles. When are we running this? Set initial collected collectibles. So we're doing this on a new scene, but I think we're gonna do something different. Where instead of disabling it, we're going to gray them out. And we have this function called set already collected, which doesn't work, right? Are we getting an error that says set already collected doesn't work? I don't think we ever run this actually. Set initial collected collectibles. Yeah, we don't. Okay. Let me get rid of this. No, we'll leave it. We'll leave it. Func set disable. So we have something in process room that's iterating, like it's checking through every single collectible in our room. So we could just say remove collected collectible. Yeah, let's actually just do this. Of input. Yeah, we'll do that. And we'll just keep read it for now. Set already collected. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, we'll do that. Remove collected collectible. We're gonna run this in process room. Func process room. If object is in room, I do want to redo all of this. Collectible dictionary. We're not even using the. Yeah, let's rewrite all of this. For collectible in collectible dictionary dot keys. If instance valid collectible. We do need to check if it's. No, we don't need to. Let's get rid of all of this. Room collectible index plus equals 1. I don't know why I did this. Object room. We need a progress manager dot check already collected. You know, let's do this. Check already collected in this run of object. And then let's run this in progress manager. Progression manager. I wonder, do we even need this? Check already collected in this run. Might as well just use this. We'll check if our player node has it. So if profile node dot collected There's one issue here. The input collectible name is not the same. We don't know what the name is. We could say a room name here though. Of the room. How's it going, Nicky B? What you been up to? I'm currently working on saving all of our collectibles. We do have it working for the most part, but I'm just writing for some like edge cases here. Went to Texas this past weekend for the wife's 20th High school reunion. Nice. Damn, they have a lot of high school reunions. I assume you mean 20-year. '20th year, like, anniversary, right? What music are you listening on? Spotify? The song is called Letting Go by Patsu. The previous one? Before that? Death Report? Mm-hmm. Meatball Man? Can't say I do. Mm-hmm. So we could actually just throw in not the collectible, but the room name. You don't know Meatball Man from Runmo? The All Might Meatball Man. I know All Might. Oh, we still need to include the input collectible, though. And then in here... Oh, wait. We say room name. Is this our room node? It is. And object. Okay. So if we enter this room, we check if we already have it in this room, and then we delete the object. If we start I don't see why I would introduce more than one collectible in a room. Just doesn't seem like it's necessary, or like why it would ever happen, but we could keep it just in case. Baba Yaga. Weather is today is beautiful. Not for me. My day is cold. It's very cold and ugly outside. All right, so we go here, we collect it, we go into this room, we come back, we restart, and there it is, no collectible. It's been removed forever. And then let's say we go into the main menu, we leave, we go back into our title screen. Let's just make sure we only see one in our collectible. So 1 out of 13. And I think we will still see the collectible. Yeah, we still see the collectible, but it doesn't actually register. And what I was thinking to do, we do already have something in our progression manager. Set, what is it? Set initial collected variables. Set initial collected collectibles. Honestly, I think we're going to be running this in the... We're going to be running this every time we enter a new room, because if you die in the room, we want to make sure that it gets grayed out. Or, I don't know what we'll do. Honestly, it would just be easier to delete them, but I don't know. Having the collectible there is kind of nice. Bum, 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 bum. So, let me see. Bum, 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 bum. Set initial collected collectibles. Disable. I don't think we need to do this though. Yeah, not this. Wait, let me see something. Disable collected collectibles. Bum 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 bum. Alright, I'll see you, Half Moon. Peace. The stars are brighter. Oh no. I feel like I know what that's going to be. Yep. Half Moon didn't say sleep. That's true. That's pretty... Yeah, this first comment, war aside, that's just amazing technology. That's so scary. It is very scary though. Why is my camera... My camera keeps not focusing. Stupid people recording rockets. They should be in a shelter. Yeah. I mean, so they're getting intercepted, but the there's still like debris falling down, right? Boom. What makes your game unique? And summer mist too, I see. What programming language did you start with? I start like when I was first introduced to programming, Java. Gamers asking for unique games after buying COD. True. I think it's mainly usually I want to say it's game devs asking like what makes it unique. We had this conversation yesterday. I think people, especially if you're still new to game dev, delve on the fact that the game has to be unique. But you know, if your game isn't unique, it's not the end of the world, and it helps you understand like what you do. Like, it's good to compare yourself to games that already exist. So, yeah, game just has to be fun, and you'll find your own community. Like, you'll find a community of people who just like your game, and maybe for some reason they don't like Celeste or they don't like Super Meat Boy, and like that's fine. There is something in terms of like the intricacies of the game that are different from Celeste. That on the surface, if you're really into platformers but you don't like Celeste, this game might satisfy that. And then there it is. That's all there needs. That's already a reason to call it unique. But in terms of, again, like, the novelty of the game, obviously it's not there. I mean, I guess the story would be interesting. But yeah, the story is also just, I'm sure there's a story about a person and their cat or something, kind of actually, what inspired me for the cat, like, the relationship between the main character and the cat was Ori and the Blind Forest. So there it is. Yeah, so if you really like Celeste but you think it's lacking in cats, maybe this game is for you. Boom, 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 boom. If gamers needed to be unique, if games need to be unique, we wouldn't have all bought the RE4 remake. I actually haven't played that yet. I've played the Resident Evil 2 remake, which I thought was pretty good. I heard 3 wasn't that good or wasn't nearly as good, but I do want to play it first. What if you think Celeste has too many cats? Then you will not enjoy this game. Resident Evil 4 remake is just so well made. Who cares if it's similar to something else? I mean, the only thing it would be similar to is the original one, right? How's it going, Phoenix? What you been up to? How's the game coming along? So, I'm trying to think. What do we wanna do next? I feel like I should work with the collectibles really quick. At least maybe fade them out. The only thing it's similar to is the original one. Talking about a shooter as influential as Doom and Halo. Wait. Talking about a shooter as influential as Doom and Halo. Are you talking about like RE4 in general? Something about RE2. I've never played. I never beat Resident Evil 4. I remember getting it as like a kid on the. I had it on the GameCube, but I never actually owned a memory stick on the GameCube. So like any game I got would never be saved. But I think it was a little too difficult for me, or maybe I was too young. So I was also like low-key scared. But yeah, playing Resident Evil 2 was like a lot of fun for me. I loved everything about it. It makes me want to make a game like that, but we'll see. I feel like any good game you want to make your own version of if you really like it. I think I've actually seen some people working on Resident Evil clones or like remaking Resident Evil games. I think someone's doing it in Godot actually. Should make it a Resident Evil 2 game. We'll see. I do really like the UI too. I mean, it's a pretty common theme actually. There are so many games that have the, the inventory management of Resident Evil as like the core gameplay loop. I'm sure there are a bunch of games like that for the recent Ludum Dare Jam as well. PS2 aesthetic, PS1 aesthetic is in. Horror is a great genre with a literal month every year dedicated to it for free marketing boost. I'm not really into, I don't know. I like the idea of making a horror game, but I feel like everybody's making a horror game. That's the only thing that discourages me from doing it. It would have to be very unique, for sure. But I do like the PS1 aesthetic as well. And Spooktober stuff is everywhere. That's true too. Who knows? Maybe our next game will be horror themed. People are down for horror, yeah. I'd have to see. It's a completely new genre for me. Like, I like the idea of exploring horror, but at the same time, it's like, I'd have to like look at some games that I really enjoyed. And the other issue with horror games is that they're usually like puzzle games. So you'd have to be good at making puzzles, which I've never really explored either. Might make a super short horror game sometime. If you do it, let me know. What were we trying to do? Disable? Okay, good. Let's do this now. I'm trying to think if we need to... First, we need to save this data to our progression manager. So when we load a profile... Boom, boom, boom. Oh, when we load a game, we'll load this information. So we'll say progression manager, progression manager dot collected collectibles is equal to our current profile node dot collected collectibles. And then in our progression manager, whenever we enter a new room, honestly, what we could do, check already collected in this run. We could also say if our save manager, if our actually, we should do this afterwards because we might queue free it, so it doesn't really matter. Say else or elif. Collected collectibles dot. Oh wait. We want to make sure that it's collectible in collected in this run. Right now, we're checking if our current profile .collected collectibles has it, which it does. So maybe what we should do, instead of saying, maybe we should say current run .collected collectibles has input room name, which is what we call temporary collected collectibles. Do we ever delete temporary collected collectibles? Let me see. Temporary. I'm going to make a new variable here called current run collected variables. I don't think we use this temporary collected collectibles. We could just get rid of it. I don't think we use it. Save temporary collectibles. Let me see. On save collectibles. Oh, we do. Save temporary collectibles. For temp collectible in temporary. Okay. Yeah. Alright, never mind. We'll keep we'll want to make sure that we remove this temporary collectible as well. For temp collectible and temporary collected collectibles. We say collected collectibles.append temp collectible. Collected collectibles. Maybe we should get rid of this collected collectibles and just do it based on the current run. Bum. My save system is so bad. Need to rewrite it. I don't know if my save. I kind of like how I'm structuring it, but this is the first time I'm tackling it. And I feel like it's pretty good, but yeah, I have nothing to compare it to, so. I could be completely, delusional. If you add a bunch of CRT scary filters and crazy sounds and shit, you could turn that scary wall face thing into a quick horror game. That's true. How's it going, Darks Ruby? Bum. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of this collected collectibles because it's kind of confusing me. We already have our player that's saving that info. Disable collected collectibles. And instead of saying disable, we're going to wait. Let me see. Disable collectible. Set already collected. I thought we made a remove collected collectible. dot set already collected. Where the hell is the remove? Thought we made a remove function. All right, we need two functions. One called disable collected collectible and remove collected collectible. Collected, yeah. All right, here, let's do this. If we're disabling it, this is based on our player node or our profile node. So save manager dot profile dot collected collectibles dot has collectible disable collectible. Oh wait, we don't even want to do this. We're not going to be using disable collected collectibles anymore. We're going to do it in every room. So we don't really need this. What we will do though is we'll say current run collected collectibles dot append temp collectible. Save manager dot current profile dot collected collectibles dot has this, and then we're saving it on the player. So this is save disable collectible. We say set already collected. All right, we'll keep disable. We're gonna say func remove collected collectible of input collectible. Check already collected in this run. I guess that's what we're doing. Check already collected in this run is if save, but we're not going to check save manager. We're going to say, you know, current run collected collectibles dot has this, and then we queue free it, and then we can also check if we want to disable it. Marco Matami or Matame, thank you for the follow. And Hugh Gladster, thank you. Bum bum bum. Have to deal with Meta and Crep too. Are you getting the? Isn't there a new like VR headset? How's the Godot? It's Godot. It's Godot well. Bum 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 bum. There are always new VR headsets. But yeah, these the Quest 3. Alright, so check collected in this room, in this run. If it has already been collected, we remove it. Should we say else here? We disable the collected? We disable it? So input collectible dot set already collected. I'm going to say set already profile already collected. Set profile already collected. Set profile already collected. And then let's go back into our input collectible. And instead of queue freeing it, we're going to... Do we use this? Set already collected. We say disable collectible. I don't think we're going to use this. Right? Nope. Alright, let's get rid of this. So instead of disabling it, we're going to say... I think I'm just going to change the alpha. So we'll just say, for now, at least, we'll say modulate dot a is equal to 0.5. All right. Moment of truth. Let's run this. Is what you're working on? Yes, it indeed is. That clip is a little old. But yeah, for the most part, it's the same. All right, let's see if this works. So we own the first collectible. Continue, continue, continue. Oh shit. Progression manager dot collect. Progression manager dot collected collectibles. We don't run this anymore. We just directly ask if the profile owns it. Let's just make sure. Okay. Looks fun. Thank you. I try my best to make it fun. It didn't save. Oh, but it did save on the second run. Are we not processing this room when we enter? Like on the first, let me see. Why is that the case? Also, if we just run the main scene, it should also work. Let me see. If we die, it turns gray. If we were to just load in right here, go here and then come back in. I guess we're not doing it. We're doing it on death on process room. I guess that's the issue. Let's go back into here. No. Update important. So we're updating important objects. We don't want this to run here. Not anymore, at least. We're gonna want it to run. Where's our script? For like, let me see. Do we have something called traps? So yeah, on enable children is where we want it to run. For object and objects.getChildren, basically right here. If object is in group collectibles, then we run this on the room name. So let's try it again. So in the main scene, this should be grayed out right away. And there we go. And if we were to collect it, I mean, you can still collect it. But if you exit the game and then we go into our save file, nothing really happens. It's already been collected. In fact, it actually... Wait, let me see something. We actually do make it collected, but it doesn't matter because the player will just check if it owns it already, which is kind of a waste, I guess. We could tell it to just not... If it's disabled, to not collect. Where is that? Check already collected in this run. Where do we do this? Is it on the collectible? Yeah, we say temporary collected collectibles dot append. We do still want to append it. But we don't want it to save. Let me go into room switcher real quick. In room switcher, we're saying save temporary collectibles. But the thing is, for temp collectible in, yeah, we're checking if the player has it. And if you have like all the collectibles in the game, let's say we're in the hundreds, we're iterating through so many collectibles, it's not necessary. I don't plan on having like hundreds, but like who knows? Not that it's a big deal either way, even if it was 100, but like still. I'm trying to think if there's a better approach for this. Boom, 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 boom. I think, wait, regardless, I just realized something. Regardless, we're always checking if the player has it. So it doesn't really matter. Like, it's already inefficient by this. And then we're doing it again by trying to save it. Make a dictionary. So yeah, we do have a dictionary, actually. Right now, I'm appending it as a list. As like for the player, I'm saving it as an array. But we could save it as a dictionary for the player. Like this exact dictionary is what we're using to save all of our collectibles in every single chapter. And we could do the same thing for the player. I don't want to open this can of worms today, but we could. Is there anything better that we can do today? But it does work. Like, we could leave it like this and not have to worry about it for a very long time. How's it going, Sekros? It has been a while. How you been? How's your game coming along? The platformer shooter. Memory 2.0. Memory, but with guns. My game has stopped. I've been traveling all over Europe for the last 3 weeks. For work, I assume. For another 2 weeks, all for work. I see. But you have an extra 3 kilograms of Italian food. That is a plus. When do you think you'll be back on the game? If that maybe that's not your priority at the moment though, which is understandable. Obviously it isn't though. Day work is paying. Yeah, yep, for sure. Want to have a demo out now, but it was impossible. I see. So hopefully near the end of October. I'd like to play it though. Maybe I can give you some feedback. Should we work on this now? Saving every single chapter? It wouldn't be that hard. But I'm just so lazy. I don't want to do it right now. Yeah, here's what we got so far. Our collectibles do save properly. And as long as, like, I mean, if it's only, like, you know, max... Like, it's not even common for you to pick up the collectible. Oh, no, but it is still checking if it's collected every time we enter the room, which is kind of annoying. It's looking great, thank you. I mean, I'm not too proud of the UI just yet. I've reduced the resolution to 320 by 180. It used to be like 1920 by 1080. But now we're making it low res, but also working on like the saving system and all that kind of stuff. It's still pretty bare bones, but I'm hoping to finish it by the end of the week. We'll see. For a demo, but now there's a lot of other stuff that's not ready, menu, titles, etc. Yeah. Understandable with that. I wonder, what are options? Oh. Wait, why is our, I'm trying to think, why is our options menu back to this normal, this huge size now? Yeah, let's see. I'm going to ignore the collectibles, but here, let me add this to our list of things to do. I'm actually going to put it in version 7. It's not really a bug, but it's like it's not really quality of life things. I guess we could say optimize. I'll just throw it in here. Player collectibles should be organized into chapters. But yeah, it's fine the way it is for now. We don't even have like more than 20 collectibles in our game. So what's next? What do we want to work on next? You know, I low-key wanted to do level design towards the end of the stream, but I feel like my brain is only considering UI right now. We're so like, I think it's better if we just stick to it. If I do, I should do some level design just off stream. Like if I'm watching a film or something, I should just, you know, open up Godot. But here, let's look at our menu structure again. Let me see what else we have. Oh wait, is this under to do? Okay. No way I wrote this 4 days ago. Have we really been working on the UI for 4 days already? 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess, yeah, we did start on Thursday. Wow. Time flies. I said we were going to finish this by Friday, right? Or Thursday? I said I wanted to finish this by Thursday. I was completely convinced that we were going to have, like, everything done. Like, I gave myself a week, and I thought that was an overestimate. Like, I thought, you know, everything was going to be perfect by Thursday if we spent this much time. And I mean, we have been making decent progress, but just goes to show how much we underestimate, or, yeah, how much we underestimate goes into game dev. Wow, it really puts into perspective. So we have today, well, we still have today, but let's just say 3 more days to finish this. Or Friday. You know what? Friday. 4 more days. I think we're gonna finish the UI and saving system, like everything, including the art. Maybe we'll finish the art by Friday. I think that's possible. If we keep at it. Before you start, we need to still do this. Reset button, we need to do that. We did progression stats, which is nice. Unique run stats. This is like, I do want to do this. This is kind of a fun feature. Honestly, yeah, I think we can finish this. Recording checkpoint / world. We can do this maybe today. And end game from main scene. Default. We did this. Okay, cool. Enter game. Recording checkpoint. Let's do this today. Also, you know what? I think we're going to copy this into... Yeah, we'll keep it here. We also need to redo UI for escape menu. Redo escape menu. UI. Redo dialogue UI. The dialogue UI is like actually completely broken. Whatever we just did, we erased like a bunch of things and it broke. We just can't press E on it, but I think we're gonna make some updates. We're gonna try to kind of refactor it. Same, honestly, we might just refactor the escape menu. That also includes options menu. And correctly saving config file. All right. Let's do this. Save checkpoint. Or maybe continue button. Well, let's do this. The checkpoint first, and then we'll do the continue button afterwards. Maybe we'll save this for tomorrow. Unique run stats. We could honestly... No, we'll figure it out. Yeah, let's do this. Checkpoint. This is pretty easy, actually. We just go into our room switcher here. We don't have this saved on our profile just yet. Let's go into our profile node as well. Make a reference to var. I think we're just gonna set the global position. We don't actually have to save the checkpoint. We just have to save the global position, and then on the ready function, when the player gets instanced into the game, we just throw them into that position and they get loaded into that room. It's perfect. So we'll say we're gonna have to do some funky stuff. We do have final chapter beat or current chapter index. Var, we're gonna say current chapter position. Is equal to a vector 2. And for now, we're just gonna set it to what we want to do as well is if the chapter is reset, we'll see what happens. Current chapter position. I'm trying to think. If you restart the chapter, yeah, we're gonna have to say something like restart chapter, but for now it's fine the way it is. Mode. We're not using mode. Let me get rid of this. At least not yet. All right. Let's go into checkpoint, room switcher, I mean. And on activate, or no, wait. When do we want to set our player's position? On load profile, which is in our save manager. On load game, I mean. On load game, we say level manager restart stats, level manager current game mode, blah blah blah, and then we're gonna say how are we loading the game? On the entrance of our main scene is when we want to load the game. So we say save manager load game. Is this what's setting the scene? See again. Level manager current game mode, import game mode data. When are we setting the scene? You're going from the main menu. Bum, 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 bum. I guess when we're loading the game, we could actually just check what chapter we're in. We're going to have to do something there. But for now, let's just say profile, or sorry, level manager player node global position is equal to our save manager profile. Oh my god. Profile current profile what do we call it? Current chapter position, or maybe a saved chapter position. Player global position is equal to save manager Okay, so currently it's set to vector 2 0. We want to make sure that it's only saving if the player is continuing a game. Otherwise, we want it to just boom, boom, boom. Should I just set it to null? Wait, vector 2. Bum 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 bum. All right, let's just try this out. I think we're gonna want to make some sort of maybe we should just have a save recent position, save chapter position. Well, let's just do it like this for now. Save chapter position. Let's go into our room switcher, and then on we're gonna want to say func save character position. Is that the Sekirus you keep talking about? Yeah. Aren't you the one? I didn't keep talking about it. You're the one who asked me, Pagorli. But yeah, we were talking about Sekirus's fart particles. That wasn't you. Yes, it was. It was you, Sekirus. Keeps talking about the Sekirus. I won't shut up about Sekirus. Save character position. Progression manager. Oh wait, not progression manager. Save manager. What the hell? Dot profile. Dot current profile. Save manager. That current profile node. Dot save chapter position is equal to our global position, and then we just save. Do we have to save this? On save profile, it saves everything, right? We didn't add this to our profile node. Save chapter position. So we'll add it now. And save character position. Process room, save collectibles, save character position, level manager, export profile node, save data, and then save profile. Why am I? What's exports? What is this? Forgot. Total deaths is current profile. Okay, we're just. Oh, why are we saying current profile dot total time is equal to our milliseconds time? We want to say plus equals. Eventually we're gonna plan. We plan on adding like a total runtime, like a unique runtime, like current. Honestly, let's do that now. Actually, no, I'm gonna save it because I want to do like a chapter run, and then current run or something like that. We'll see. But yeah, let's see if this works. player node level manager dot player node dot global position on base nil. Load game. Our player node doesn't exist. We look at our main scene. Level manager. On ready var player. What? Player is equal to level manager dot player node. What? What? We do it on a player. Level manager dot player node is equal to self. The player already exists. And we're running this load. Running this on load game. Why is it not working? Are we running load game somewhere else? We're not. It's only here. Bum bum. Bum 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 bum. So we're saying, what did we say? We said level manager dot player node. Dot global position. And this was apparently not working. Let me try this again. On base nil. Player node. What the hell? Oh. No. What's reset variables? Or, oh no, reset collectibles. Restart time, restart stats? Maybe restart stats is remove it. No. Let me see what is restart stats doing. Oh. We're adding the world here. The player doesn't exist. I guess we could do save manager load player position. If we really wanted to, we could load the game here, but then we could load the player position at the end. Should I do this on my player? Or sorry, on my profile node? Time to sleep. I'll see you, Tomer. Stay safe. right, so what the hell? Oh, right. Let's get rid of this. Oh, global position on base. No, still set player position. Set player position on player. What the hell? See if that works. Boom, boom, boom. Bop, 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 bop. All right, so let's say we go into this room. Let's say we want to. Let's say we exit the game now. Say we close it, run it again. Our position is not saved correctly. We probably did something wrong. During my trip to Europe, we unveiled that the outcomes of our research project. We managed to transmit 22.9 petabits of data in a single fiber, the highest transmission data rate of all. Oh, that is pretty cool. 22 petabits. That's like, how many? I know that's a lot. I don't know. I don't even know. What is that in? 1 petabit to terabyte. $125 terabytes times 22.9. So 2,862 terabytes in 1 second. That's kind of crazy. Yeah, what was the distance? Should be enough for 2050 Netflix. Hopefully. That's so cool. 10 kilometers in the lab. Still pretty cool though. What exactly do you do, Sekros? I assume it has to do with, like, I guess sending information. Like, do you do, like, I see you're dealing with sending information, sending memory. I feel like I might have asked you this. Optical fiber communications research. I see. Is this information the same fiber? Like, how large is the fiber, the optical fiber? Is it the same? I assume it's like much wider. Or does that matter? I honestly don't know. 10 kilometers is plenty of use cases in real life. Yeah, for sure. And that's per second. And that's 22 petabits. These are not the usual fibers you have. Is it the same fiber that like how large is it? How large is the fiber in like diameter? If you're allowed to say. It's Smaller is better for fibers. I see. I see. Boom, 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 boom. That's crazy. 2,862 terabytes. All right. Why is this not working? Set player position. Set player position. Let me look at our file real quick. So, save file. Save chapter position is -56.0. We're not saving this position ever, it seems. Let me see. Boom, boom, boom. We saved it in the room switcher, or we were trying to save it in the room switcher. Save profile, export profile node, save data. Save character position is save manager dot current profile node dot save chapter position is equal to the global position of our room switcher. It should work. Here, let's do this. Let's go into our game here. Oh, you know what might be happening? Because the game is running, we like instance the game. The second the player hits this node, their position is already getting reset. I'm pretty sure that's what's happening, but let's just make sure. Let's just make sure it's saving correctly. So we go into this room. It should save at this point. I don't know what a global position is, but let's just make sure it's, you know, at least like 500 or something like that. It's already been saved. So we go into profile 1. And yeah, it says 904 -176. 904 -176. But then if we were to close this and run the scene again, our position what's weird is that our position is not being saved to be right here, which I don't get. I don't know why. Let me see something. Let's look at world demo real quick. Boom, boom, boom. It's being set to negative. Oh, we're not updating this info, probably. It's being set to vector 2.0, which is the default for profile node, for our profile node. So yeah, we set it to vector 2.0. When we load our game, when we go into load game, save manager.load game, we're setting profile data. We're importing the profile data. Let me see. Set profile node data. Set profile node data. It says for key and input data. If key is in profile node, we say, yeah, to set it to the key. Why? Let me see. Maybe we just save chapter position. Is it because there's... I don't get it. We have a space in all of them, so that shouldn't matter. You can't just save the player's position like that. It's a big can of worms. Is it not printing? Is it not a vector 2? Are we getting an error? Let me see. No. I don't see why it would... I recommend having an area 2D around the player to make sure that it's safe around the position. The position that we're saving is the position of a checkpoint. So it should always... That's always how I set the player's position. It's always the checkpoint. It's always the checkpoint's global position. It should... how we're saving it is just not correct. But yeah, like for instance, it's always this. Like when you die here, I save it as the global position of this object. And that's what I'm trying to do when I load the scene, but I think I'm not saving it properly. Alex, how's it going, man? Thank you for the raid. What you been up to? Thought you were saving it some yeah, I don't... Yeah, that would definitely be a bad idea. I might not even save it at checkpoints. I might save it only at significant checkpoints, which is not something that exists in the game yet, but we'll see. 4 viewers. 4 of the best viewers. How's it going? Shout out. Alex. You're growing, yeah. You have more than I have. When I first started, 4 out of 32. Out of the amount of followers you have, that's 12.5% versus 42 out of 1,500. Which is 2%, so you're doing much better than I am, percentage-wise. Bump, bump. Henry, thank you for the follow. It's going good. Felt quite sick still, but I'm happy but I'm happy. We're still pre-producing quantum immortality. Huge task. How are you? Pretty good. How is the game going along? How are you enjoying? How are you enjoying Godot? I'll show you what I've been working on soon. Oh, is that Celeste in the background? Boom, 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 boom. And Binding of Isaac. Loving Godot. Show me. Well, I hope your quantum immortality. I'd love to see how. Oh. Is this a memory clone that you're playing right here? Oh, is this the game? In T-Boy? What's T-Boy? Boom, boom, boom. With navigation agents. Nice. Oh, the Binding of Isaac. Doesn't the Binding of Isaac camera have like the screen is just locked? I guess maybe for larger rooms, I'm not sure. How do I manage my window? So actually, I used to have like a viewport. I mean, I still do. In my main scene. What happens when I resize? I mean, it stays the same. I just have the project settings that say, what is it, like keep the aspect ratio, or keep the ratio. I think there's some other settings that I have here. Mode is viewport and keep, and that solves all my problems. But I mean, I can show you what it looks like for me. So, I mean, this is... Oh, I have my window. We're currently encountering some bugs, but like, let's say I full screen this. For me, it's the same ratio. You guys are going to see something different because here, I'll show you it. Can I somehow... No, I can't. Here, let me see. I promise it's just full screened and it's the same ratio. You guys see something more, but it's full screen and it's the same ratio. But I usually have it like this. So pixels get thicker. Yes, exactly. Boom, 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 boom. They get thicker, but they're not. But they're the same. Yeah, same like. Like let's say you have a super wide screen. It'll add like black, like a black border to your screen. If you have a large screen. To keep the same, width and stuff. Or keep the same, aspect. All right, so I'll show you what we've been working on. I've been working on like a full saving system, and we have it working for the most part. It's just all of the like intricacies of like saving all of the data. Wait, what the hell? Something is wrong here though. Our time, I think we did plus equals. We did something with our time where we were like plus equals, and I was like, oh yeah, this is bugged. But I think we did it right, and then I did something wrong there. Wait, let me see. What was that saved on? It was on their export this, or whatever this is. Export profile node save data. Boom, 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 boom. Export profile save data. Total time plus equals milliseconds time. And then total deaths. We'll see if this works, but yeah. I forgot because we're adding it to when we start the game we add to the milliseconds time. But here, let me update that real quick. We'll set our total time to 0. Our global position still isn't saving correctly. It does say 904 and negative 176, but yeah, when we load into the game. All right, so if we look, start our menu, you can see we have one collected. We have our deaths collected and we have our collectibles collected. And if we were to play for like 2 seconds, that would stay saved. But now, yeah, our global position is not saving correctly. I'm not sure why. I think it's because we're trying to save. We're not getting an error, but I think we're trying to save. Let me see. Here, let's just print this out. Save character position. When we set the character position, set player position. Input character node dot global position is equal to saved chapter position. Here, let me print this out. What is this giving us? And we could just run this from the main scene. Save chapter position is 264 and negative 56. Oh wait, no, this is our data. Never mind. The info is correct, but why isn't it setting it correctly? And this might crash our game. Current profile node. Let me see. $264 negative 56. What is that? 2. Yeah, how's it going, TQ? What you been up to? We could just save the X position and Y position. It's just that vector. You know what I think it is? Wait. We're not saving the vector correctly. Let me see what it says again. Yeah, it just says 256 negative 56. It doesn't say, and it's also a string. So I think we have to save it. We just have to save it as an X value and a Y value. Is there a more correct way to save a vector, or like? Trying to think. There's no way to do it, right? No, we'll figure it out later. I think we'll just manually put X and Y values. So let's go back into our player node. And we're gonna say saved character position underscore X var saved chapter position. Currently rigging up for a LAN party over here. Oh, nice. Why do you want to save the position? For like checkpoints. So yeah, you'll see in just a second. So like, you know, we're just saving everything. So like if you got to a certain chapter and you want to come back, I might not make it so that you save every save in which checkpoint. So saving in the checkpoints, it's the same thing. I'm saving the position of the player on the checkpoint, but I don't really have to save the object. There's no point in really having to save like a reference to a certain object. So yeah, I just save the global position, and that's how we have it set in like. But the ID, it's the same reason why like I think it's more safe. I don't think it matters. I don't think it would matter for my game how I have everything set up. If there's something wrong with it, then there's something like if there's something wrong with saving positions in this way, then there's something deeply wrong with the game itself at that point. Which I don't think there is any issue with. Our positions are always the same. The only is there is full support for saving data structures is resource saving, neither JSON nor XML. I see. I'll figure out like right now I'm using a JSON file for saving. We might explore something else, but because I like just wanted to get things rolling, yeah, we're just gonna save it on the JSON, which I mean it's not that bad. It's not that big of a deal. All right, so let's go back into our profile node. We're gonna say set player position is equal to this right here. Boom, 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 boom. And then when do we save this? We save this on our room switcher. All right, moment of truth. We have to go back into our profile and instead of saying save chapter position, we're gonna save, save this _x, and then the same thing, and y. All right, moment of truth yet again. Save manager dot save position _y is equal to global position dot y. Invalid index save position y on base profile node with type float. Oh, I spelled position wrong. What the hell? All right, so we go into this room. We've saved our position. We go into the main menu. We start again. Moment of truth. Work for us. Oh, come on, come on. There we go. All right, so we can save our position. What's next? Even having to finagle the data manually, like system.text.json. but mostly overkill. It's still no guarantee that one can probably properly save / load GC data types. But yeah, we have everything saved, which is awesome. We have to fix our menu. Okay, wait, let me see what else we have left. Recording the checkpoint. We also don't have the chapter saved, or like most beat chapter. I'm gonna save that for last, just because we might be updating how we save our chapters in general anyway. So I won't mess with that just yet. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Let me see. I don't really want to start working on the options menu. Because I think I think we're gonna refactor all of this, especially if we want to start working on the options menu, or like redoing the entire options menu. So I think we're gonna save that for tomorrow. Before you start, we do want to add a continue button, chapter select button, and reset button. I think we'll save this for tomorrow. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I have no idea with C#, but I'm sure you guys have some experience with it. But yeah, I mean, it works for me. I'm not even sure why I would need to use anything other than a JSON. Since we're just saving, like, you know, not sure why we'd have to like save, for instance, the Godot resource files, considering we'll just be importing like stuff like this, bools. Oh wait, let me see what it is. So I mean, yeah, it saves booleans correctly. It saves arrays correctly. Obviously strings. The only thing that was an issue, obviously, was the vector 2s. And yeah, that's it. Oh, I wonder if that. What's the max? I feel like we might be fine though. The max int value. Alrighty, people. I think I'm gonna call it here. Thank you for watching. Thank you for all the thank you for the raid. Alex, did I get raided by anyone else? I'm pretty sure I did. By Hardly Difficult. Mucky McFly, thank you for the cheers, all the bits. And Pagorli. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. Let's call it here. Let me see who's online. We got Grumble, we got Falonier, we got Papa Phantom, we got Settlix. Did I read Settlix? No, I didn't. But I think we're gonna go. Alex, you're streaming again? Or did you maybe forget to? What's going on with Alex? I'm scared he might have forgotten that he's still streaming or something. You forgot that you're still streaming? Yeah, it doesn't matter. But I was just curious. That has happened to me before, and it's you never know. Maybe you're like doing something weird, you know? But yeah, the stream still technically exists. I think forever, technically, even if you raid someone, like your viewers still come onto the stream, but they're technically, you're still technically streaming. Bump, 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 bump. But yeah, I think we'll call it here. Thank you, everyone. If you want a wishlist memory, I'd greatly appreciate it, but you know, you don't have to. I'll see you, Alex. Thank you again, Alex. I'll see you, TQ, Henry. Thank you for the follow, by the way. I'm gonna start the raid. Oh, see you, Half Moon. All right, bye, guys.
Little bit of difficulty getting it set up properly.